Hey, 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 everybody. So good to be here once more for another day in the Spire. Appreciate everybody's patience with the slightly later than usual start today, and super appreciate the congratulations. I did sign the paperwork on a new place that I'll be moving into next month, which is super exciting, which will naturally mean some changes for the stream. I am not 100% sure. Yeah, no more weekly landscaping, that's true. That'll definitely be one of the upsides. And maybe our internet connection will be a little bit better. I believe big cozy chairs are allowed, though I'm not sure I intend to bring this one. Been considering some differences in the format of not necessarily even the broadcast necessarily, but my workspace. And although I appreciate the coziness of the big cozy chair, and definitely the coziness that it brings to the channel, it's not necessarily something that feels right for my new office or workspace. Very much considering getting a sit-stand kind of setup for my body and for, well, to take up less space. Quite frankly, this thing is enormous. So I'm considering the idea of a kind of partial face cam setup, where not necessarily removing the face cam from the broadcast, but having it be something that kind of fades in and out. It's on sometimes, but not all the time, if that makes sense. And that allows for quite a bit more flexibility in one's workspace. Need to get a smaller, just as comfy chair. Definitely the chair will be immortalized in some fashion, whether I remain sitting in it or not. That's for sure. Just shrink Ant and myself down. Done. That was actually way easier than I thought it would be. Well, now it'll fit in the new place, so that's convenient. We can bring it along. It is a relatively popular move, He-Man, amongst... I've seen more than one other broadcaster choose to eventually go the route of reduced or even no face cam after using it for a long time, and having done so for years now, I understand the reasons behind it. It takes up on-screen real estate in a big way, and on the streamer's side, there's a lot of accommodations that have to be made too. I have to be pretty particular with the lighting in order to get it to look good, and truthfully, I don't even use enough lighting for the face cam that I have. This particular face cam, a Logitech C920, which is one of the most common face cams that people use, likes to forget its own internal settings all the time, so it requires a small but constant maintenance in adjusting it. Can't pick my nose, you know, there's a lot of reasons. There's a lot of reasons. Anywho, I am very much looking forward to the new space, the new cozy life, and the good times that we'll have there. Obviously, the stream is going nowhere. And my hope is that a new place might even let me stream more. Sub goal for nose-picking stream. Alright, you give me 69 420 subs and I'll do it. I'll do it. We do need a Twitch museum. I think that'd be pretty cute. Museum of Internet History. A physical place to learn about digital history. Yeah. That's perfect. That's perfect. Django, if you were to dig up pieces of this stream's history to put in a museum, would they be artifacts? Artifacts? Hey, it's Bananas. I have played Enter the Gungeon, and I think of the action roguelites, that's definitely one of the better ones. A very enjoyable dodge and shoot experience. And lots of fun guns to try, too. That game has gotten a lot of post-release content and love. So I think these days it's in really excellent shape as a game. The dad jokes just keep getting better every day. If by better, you mean more terrible. Highest heat I ever beat on Hades? We did do I think 1 or 2 32 heat runs. But I have beaten 32 heat. We did get the statue with Skelly's glorious face on it. I was not a Binding of Isaac player at all, Lambale, but I am very much a Binding of Isaac viewer between Problems IRL and Lethal Frag and a few other channels here on Twitch. I've probably sunk 1,000 hours or more into watching it. So I've kind of a weird situation where I have extensive game knowledge of Isaac, but no actual experience. I guess that's not necessarily an unusual thing when it comes to being... I'm here on a Twitch stream, right? Like, lots of you who are watching me right now, you've watched more hours of Spire than you've played Spire, probably, if you're here now. We sure have heard of Banners of Ruin Reality. We did a few streams of Banners last week and this week. Checked it out for the first time, I want to say, right on release day. On the 31st, whenever that came out. And we very recently did a lone wolf run with only a single character, getting through to a successful prince kill there. I love that, Django. I've written a book on how to fall down the stairs. It's a step-by-step guide. I'm currently working my way through a book about glue. I can't seem to put it down. Flick, thank you so much for the 18 months, the year and a half. You keep watching, I'll keep streaming. We all win. And Lambale, thank you so much for that Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Malkavian says, you just sunk into Dicey Dungeons and you're stuck with the Witch. Any general tips? Yes. With Witch, it's really tempting to try to have really fancy or complicated turns where you keep resummoning spells, or particularly like trying to scale up with Hall of Mirrors. But one of the most effective strategies I found with Witch is just to get cold damage spells and blast your opponents with as much ice damage as you can, as quickly as you can. Focusing on your damage output is usually a pretty successful strat in Dicey Dungeons. Hey there, Yulihar. Hello, hello. Greetings, Crablord. Greetings, greetings. One and all. I forgot to refill my water properly, like. I'll fix that in a moment. Hello, Weddy M. Hello, hello. I think at this point it seems fair to give Spire the title of favorite game of all time. It's bananas. There have been a couple of other games that I have really, really enjoyed in my life. As a young teen, I was a very, very big fan of the Baldur's Gate series, Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 and the expansion packs for those back on the PC. What other games have I considered my favorite? Before Spire came along, I was also a big fan of XCOM, and I played a lot of hours of XCOM Enemy Within with the Long War mod. That was probably my favorite long-term strategic experience until Spire came along. My second most played game... Ooh. Might even be Slay the Spire, genuinely. I put many, many, many hours into a MMO called City of Heroes, back when that was live. I think that game ran from, like, 2001 to 2013 or so? It was shut down some years ago. But I played that on and off for quite a few years and put a lot of time into it during my college career. I've put a lot of time into Path of Exile, too. Steam has me logged at 1,000 hours for that game, and I've put quite a few hours into that before it was on Steam. But of my games on Steam, I think the top 3 are Spire. How many does Path of Exile have? Path of Exile has 1,600 hours, according to Steam. And what am I at XCOM? Also, a lot of hours off-stream on XCOM, too. For XCOM, I'm at 1,300 hours, according to Steam. But I think the game I played the most hours into was long before Steam even existed. God, the Game Store told you could play it offline. Unfortunately, that's not how that goes. For FTL Faster and Light, I think I only have a few hundred. Let's see, where's my FTL? Oh, it's in the favorites, that's right. FTL is currently at 532 hours, according to Steam. It's a lot of FTL, but not nearly as many as some other games. Do I find myself interacting with or playing games differently when I'm not streaming? Yes, definitely. When I'm choosing not to stream, a lot of times I'm playing a game as kind of a secondary activity. While something else is happening, I'm lurking in somebody else's stream and playing a game, or I'm watching something and playing a game. So there's a kind of a different level of attentiveness, I think, to it. I also find myself more willing to give up. It's not quite the right term, but there's a level of integrity and staying honest with myself that I don't quite do as well without the stream being live. Hey, glad the boss swap runs were able to keep STS fresh for you, Berserk Exponent. We did just complete our challenge of getting 1 win with each of the 26 different possible boss relic starts. We wrapped up Busted Crown, which was finally defeated by the Silent. Nuclear Battery with Defect, and then the final one was the Runic Cube, which I don't think was too surprising. We kind of saw this coming. It only took 1 try to do the Runic Cube, it simply was the last one we tried. there won't be a community game this month, Beards and Bacon. Pretty much everybody involved, myself and the mods, kind of all ended up with extra busy months. So between my move and everything else. But we'll be back at it next month for sure. For this challenge, Busted Crown was most certainly the most difficult relic. We had, I think, 10 attempts on the Busted Crown before we were finally able to get a victory. So I would definitely, yeah, Busted Crown, Busted Crown, Busted Crown. Dead, dead, dead. Dead, dead. Dead. And I think one of the second hardest was the Velvet Choker. This killed a Silent Run. This Ironclad run died to Reptomancer. Interesting. Oh yeah, this was the Ashes run. I blamed this one on not taking an Immolate. Just didn't quite have enough AoE, despite the insane damage output. Look at that, 600 damage from Charon's Ashes. And then another run, dead to another Act 3 Elite with a similar situation. This time a Catalyst Silent, interestingly. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Anyway, what I want to do here at the start of stream today is kind of talk about and break down the different boss swaps and the different boss relics of Slay the Spire, kind of tier list format. This is something I wanted to kind of do for a while, so I figured why not create one of these. Plus, I can make but this would be a good one to put on the YouTube, I think, kind of summarizing and breaking down our experience over the last few weeks of challenge. But I'm actually just gonna really quickly run and refill my water, and then we can talk about some relics. So hold on, I will be right back, everybody. Oh, and actually before I go, because Ezio asked, I do, yes, have a Defect Common Cards video. Where's the YouTube? Wait, do I? Hold on. Anyway, I gotta refill my water. Alrighty, everybody, we have returned. So, looking further into your question, Ezio Thanatos, the reason I'm confused is I did record the Defect Commons breakdown, but it looks like it hasn't made it onto the YouTube channel yet. Still going through the editing steps, I think. So keep your eyes peeled for that to be on the YouTube sometime soon, because I believe it is coming up. Spoke rightly about that. Sweet. Okay. And speaking of, that's actually what I'm about to do right now, is a quick vid for the YouTube here, talking about the different boss swaps of Slay the Spire, and how do we rate them all? So what's the best way to do that? Go here first. Perfect. And then after the video, what we're going to be doing is some Busted Crown runs. Sure, we were able to defeat the Corrupt Heart on Ascension 20 with the Busted Crown, start on Silent, but what about the other three? The Ironclad, the Defect, and the Watcher. I want to prove that they can also win from this fairly miserable start. So that's what we're going to do. The Busted Crown is way too busted, that's right. Alright, let's rate some relics here. Hey there, YouTube. Baylor here in the big cozy chair, and today I want to talk about the boss relics of Slay the Spire. Recently on the live stream, we completed a challenge to win a run starting with each of the 26 different boss relics that you can get from Meow. From Astrolabe all the way to the Wristblade. The first one to be done was the Empty Cage. The last one was Runic Cube. These were in random order. And the one that took the most tries was the Busted Crown. So what I want to do here is rate each and every one of these different boss relics from S to D, and kind of talk about what makes each one strong, what makes each one weak when it comes to the starts. And I guess we'll talk about them in alphabetical order here, as that's how the tier maker has kind of laid them out for us. I think it makes sense to try to rate each of these kind of in general. I'll try to give each, as we go, a slightly separate rating, whether we're talking about getting it as a start, looking at it as your Act 1 boss relic, and looking at it as your Act 2 boss relic. Of course, each of these boss relics can be encountered, for the most part, in those different situations. And how good each one is does vary quite a bit. For example, I think the Cursed Key is better the later into your run you find it. So the Cursed Key is... I guess we'll rank that one first here, since I'm talking about it. I think when you start with the Cursed Key, because it's going to give you 2 or maybe even 3 curses, it's probably B or even C tier. But it becomes higher tier the later you see it. Overall, I think it's probably one of the better energy relics in Slay the Spire. It's got a downside that you can avoid by skipping chests, and there are a number of different relics that can help make this more tolerable too. For example, the Darkstone Puriact will give you 6 max HP for each curse you get. Ultimately, it's a nice energy relic with a pretty manageable downside. And I'd say that's probably B tier, or maybe if you're looking at it at the end of Act 2, I would probably say A tier. But B tier for Act 1 or for start. I Astrolabe is a relic that I consider very, very good. You get to transform and upgrade 3 cards at the start of your run. That's exceptionally good. Maybe even pushing it towards S tier, but I think overall probably I think an A sounds like a pretty fair balance for it. You don't always get useful cards out of this, although for the most part, any 3 upgraded cards are going to be a big improvement, and if you get a good roll of cards, the Astrolabe can be exceptional. Plus, it starts with A. How could I not? How about Black Star? Black Star is one of my favorite boss relics in Slay the Spire. 2 relics per elite is just fancy, fancy treasure times all the time, everywhere. But the downside, of course, of the Black Star is that you don't get anything immediately. If you get it in place of your starter relic, then you're down the starter relic, and that makes fighting your first couple of elites a serious challenge. Or if you're picking it up at the start of Act 2, then you have to be able to defeat your Act 2 elites in order to get anything here. But if you're able to survive those first couple of combats, I think the Black Star pays off pretty well. So it's really a boss relic that pays off exceptionally well in the late game, requiring you to make some early sacrifices. Which I think puts it... I give it about a B. B, not higher because the immediate... Sometimes you just lose a run, you know, shortly after taking a Black Star. That's almost always a possibility. But if you survive, you're in good hands, and the Black Star will carry you. How about Coffee Dripper? Coffee Dripper is another energy relic. This one prevents you from resting at rest sites. A lot of the times you're able to find a relic that can counteract the Coffee Dripper, and a lot of the times I think you're able to... Snip that. A lot of times you're able to negate it with something. Fairly conservative pathing can also mitigate the downside of the Coffee Dripper. And I think of all of the energy boss relics, the Coffee Dripper is probably the one that's most frequently free, so to speak. Most frequently something that you can benefit from without actually having to pay for the downside. Compare that to something like Busted Crown, which is a relic with an immensely serious downside. As a swap, it's definitely as low as it goes, right? This is by far the hardest of the starts. You get way fewer cards, which makes it so much more difficult to not only develop your deck immediately, but to develop it in the late game. And the later into your run that you're offered a Busted Crown, I think the better it is. After Act 1, then maybe it's like in the C tier range, and after Act 2, it can be maybe even as high as B tier. If you have a fairly well complete deck already, but Busted Crown is such a massive downside that I think it makes it really hard to give it anything other than the lowest rating. Something of note, I think, is that if you're not doing a heart run, then the Busted Crown probably moves up an entire full tier of viability, so to speak. There's a lot of ways to lie, cheat, and steal your way through the first 3 acts. And the extra energy provided by the Busted Crown can definitely help with that. Ectoplasm. I think Ectoplasm's pretty similar to the Busted Crown in that it is a boss relic where the downside is pretty tough to mitigate. You can't get any gold. That means that there's a lot of relics that won't do anything. The Maw Bank, the Ceramic Fish, the Smiling Mask, the old coin. These are all relics that are worthless if you pick them up in with the ectoplasm. Notably, the ectoplasm can't be found at the end of Act 2. You can only get it either as a swap from Niao or at the end of Act 1, and that means it's always going to cost you like 500 to 700 gold. It's a crazy amount of expense. Empty Cage here. 2 removals. Empty Cage used to be a relic that I think I looked at and wondered why it was on why it was grouped in with the other boss relics. Why does this seemingly weak effect come at such a price? But the more that I play Slay the Spire, the more that I've come to value the power of consistency and the power of card removals. And so I think Cage has really come a long way in my evaluations. I don't like it that much as a swap, because I think that it doesn't provide you much of an immediate power spike. And it can be a little difficult to justify going into Act 2, because Act 2 is just really scary on 3 energy in general, but there have been a lot of situations, particularly when I've got a couple good upgraded cards already, and maybe especially if I've gotten a head start on the removals, being able to just trim down the deck further, increase my turn 1 consistency, increase my cycling frequency. It can be a shockingly powerful effect, and something that I would encourage you to open your eyes to the possibility of more and more, especially when it's paired up against energy relics. I did include the starter relic upgrades on here just for completion's sake, so I could talk about all the boss relics at once. We didn't get to play a run with the Frozen Core here. This is the Defect's starter relic upgrade, replacing the Cracked Core. And what the Frozen Core does is give you a Frost Orb on every turn if you don't have all your orb slots full. If you've got any empty orb slots, make a Frost Orb, essentially. I think the Frozen Core can be a really cool thing to build around. I'm going to put it in the B tier, because I think it's a little bit on the low impact side sometimes. But I think overall it's a really cool option for the Defect, and a really unique way to get a run going. Frozen Core pairs well with sources of focus and sources of extra orb slots. Kind of like, the thing I think the Defect can do that's really cool with the Frozen Core is you can have a Frost Orb deck that doesn't actually have any Frost Orb cards in it, and you just have capacitors and defragments and maybe relics that give you orb slots or focus points, but you don't actually need the orb generation cards because the relic will do it for you. Pretty cool. Pairs extremely well with Orichalcum, since you'll get both the Frost Orb and the Orichalcum block. I really do like that combo. It's 5 or even 10 free block right away. And sometimes just simply taking away that Lightning Orb from the Defect's regular start can be quite good. The Fusion Hammer. 1 extra energy, but you cannot upgrade at rest sides. Think of it as the counterpart to the Coffee Dripper. I think it's pretty similarly good to the Coffee Dripper, maybe just a little bit worse than the Dripper. I think B tier is a pretty decent spot for it. There's plenty of ways to work around the downside of the Fusion Hammer, and if you can get any of these ways, you'll have a pretty easy run. Apotheosis to upgrade all your cards, Lesson Learned on Watcher can upgrade things. You can get the Warped Tongs event, letting you upgrade a card every turn. Or you can, of course, get the Upgrade All event in Act 3 from Mind Bloom. But I think it's more frequently the case that the Dripper is a free relic than it is that the Hammer is a free relic. I feel like I should be taking Fusion Hammer more often than I do, though. I could even reasonably see both the Hammer and the Dripper being being in the same tier. As a start, though, I think I do prefer the Dripper to the Hammer. Not being able to upgrade at all during your run is a pretty crippling downside, actually. Just being able to get 1 or 2 key cards upgraded can make such a difference in your run. But the additional healing is definitely nice. The Holy Water. This is the starter relic upgrade for the Watcher, and I think it's probably one of the best starting relic upgrades. I'm not sure if I would put this in necessarily A or B tier, but it's somewhere around here. Giving you 3 energy to spend at your discretion in the form of miracles, retaining 0-cost cards. Those miracles can be upgraded by various effects, such as Apotheosis. They can activate relics like the Letter Opener, and they can generate cards from Dead Branch. That makes them pretty good. I like that as a relic quite a bit. And when I've picked up Holy Water on Watcher, I've really liked it. How about Hovering Kite? Hovering Kite is 1 energy the first time each turn that you discard a card, kind of giving you additional additional incentive to work towards the discard package on the Silent. And I think that the Hovering Kite is hard to make work sometimes, but really solid when it does. As a swap, I think it's actually better than it is as a regular relic. One of the big problems with Hovering Kite is that you get offered it immediately after your rare card, and so frequently your rare card is a major source of discard via something like Unload or especially Tools of the Trade. The Hovering Kite is indeed a no-downside energy relic. Well, no downside as long as you're able to activate its effect each turn. As a Act 2 or 3, depends on the build, right? And I think one of the things that goes really well with the Hovering Kite is a Toxic Egg. And that could be one of the big deciders for like, hey, do I take this? Do I not? How do I feel about it? Inserter. Inserter's a tough one. I think as a start, it's really shaky for the Defect, because the Inserter makes your opening combats so much nastier. You don't have that starting Lightning Orb if you swap your starter relic, and you're also going to be gaining orb slots, making it more difficult to evoke your orbs in the early game. By the time you reach the late game, the extra orb slots of the Inserter are a massive boon, and if you've built around those orbs, then I think this turns into a really exceptional relic, but the immediate downside of it is really tough. I think it's hard. I'm kind of waffling between C and B tier. I actually think this is a C tier start, and then a B tier if you pick it as one of your later relics. Maybe something like C+ or so. I'll let it sit in the C tier there. The C tier looks kind of lonely, so we can move it down by 1. But we'll note that C tier is only as a start, and I think in the later you go, the higher it gets on the list here. I do think the Inserter is a really good relic, and something that you should definitely be considering to build around in your late game. It goes very well with Consume. Blackblood here. Blackblood is the starter upgrade for the Ironclad. Again, you can't get these starting relic upgrades as swaps, but I did feel the need to include them here for completion's sake, so to speak. Blackblood is an interesting relic. I think of all the boss relics, I feel the most differently about Blackblood, whether you're doing a heart run or a not heart run. If you're not going for the heart, then I think Blackblood can be a very, very effective source of sustain. Making sure that you reach your act bosses with full or nearly full HP, so that you can tackle them kind of using your face. But that doesn't work that well in Act 4. So I would say that for non-heart runs, this is probably a B relic, but otherwise it's a C. Still a useful way to get through Act 2 and Act 3, but I don't think it's something that you're really ideally wanting to take a lot of the time. Another Ironclad exclusive, the Mark of Pain. This is Ironclad's energy relic, adding 2 wounds to the draw pile each combat. It's a little bit difficult to mitigate the downside of this one. You can kind of think of it as adding 2 curses to the deck, but unlike the curse key, you're not allowed to remove those wounds. While it's true that you can't draw them on turn 1, it can be very difficult to counteract these with Exhaust or with Evolve, and you'll almost always inevitably have to draw the wounds at least one time. For that reason, I think I probably want to put this in one of the lower tiers. I don't think it's bad enough to be down there with Busted Crown, but C is pretty reasonable, I think. I think it's definitely one of the more challenging relics, and definitely one of the ones I really struggle with. I'm not sure that I would rate the Mark of Pain that much differently for swap versus Act 1 versus Act 2. Kind of feels pretty similar. How about Nuclear Battery? Nuclear Battery is an interesting one. It replaces your Lightning Orb with a Plasma Orb. Well, if you swap your starting relic, otherwise you're just adding a Plasma Orb behind the Lightning Orb, which can be its own kind of advantage. And that gives the Defect immediately 1 energy per turn, plus 2 when evoked. It gets around a lot of the disadvantage that many of the other Defect starter relics have, which is that your dual cast doesn't do anything immediately. Although we did note when we played these that in your first 3 combats of the Nuclear Battery run, it is an active disadvantage against, say, Jawworm, by preventing you from dual casting the Lightning Orb. That said, I do think it's one of the better swaps and a pretty cool relic overall. Fascinatingly enough, it's better the fewer orbs you have, and I think that's what makes it such a good swap, specifically, is that you can plan around keeping or really utilizing that Plasma Orb from the very get-go, whereas if you're adding it to an existing deck, it can be a little bit more difficult to utilize. I feel like as a swap, then it's A tier, and then as a non-swap, probably closer to B tier. Pandora's Box. An oldie but a goodie. The good old P-Box transforms every strike and defend in the deck. At the start of the run, there's no question for me that this is the absolute strongest possible swap to get. You get 8 or 9 or 10 transforms depending on your character, and almost always this is a good thing. There are, of course, some exceptions to the rule, and a P-Box start can be a very harrowing experience if you get absolutely no block cards or very, very low damage. But I would say that a good 99.9% of the time, Pandora's Box is a massive improvement over the starting deck. In later acts, when you already have maybe a couple of removals, maybe you already have one of your starting cards upgraded, then it gets a little bit worse. And I would argue that actually starting with the P-Box is probably S+ tier, and then normally P-Box is somewhere in the S tier range. It is a crazy, crazy, crazy good relic that can lead to some truly unique runs. It is, however, a little challenging. A P-Box start is going to put you in some very unusual deck building situations, and if you don't have a really good grasp of how to evaluate a deck of cards, you may not know what to do with what the heck you just got when you're starting with the P-Box, and that can definitely be a confusing and difficult part. But ultimately, I think the 10 random cards start is just fantastic. Fantastic. How do I feel about Philosopher's Stone? Philosopher's Stone it's pretty easy energy. What Philo Stone does is give you energy and then makes enemies do a little bit more damage. The more times that enemy attacks, the more damage they do, which makes it scary against Heart. But for the most part, Philo Stone's penalty takes the form of you take between 1 to 3 damage per turn, essentially. Kind of a nice, even, low-impact penalty that I think solidly puts the Philo Stone in the B tier. There's almost no way to avoid this penalty. You can use cards like Disarm or Malaise to get rid of the extra strength, but you'll never be completely free of it. So a lot of times you are better off with a different relic, but a lot of times you're also worse off with a different relic. Trying to kind of both talk about these in the context of swaps and generally speaking. Some of the relics are fairly different for one versus the others. And not all of these you can get from swapping. For example, the last of the starter relic upgrades, the Ring of the Serpent, gives you 1 extra card every single turn, but takes away that starting relic of the Ring of the Snake, so takes away your 2 bonus cards on turn 1. And it's that particular feature that really gives me a hard time with the Ring of the Serpent. I think as an overall effect, 1 card draw per turn is an exceptionally good boss relic kind of effect. Monster Train gives you the option to take +1 draw as your boss relic, and I think that's an excellent option there. But the fact that you're losing -2 draw on the first turn in order to get it means that you're not actually getting any additional cards from this relic until turn 3, which makes it a pretty tough sell. It's still a really, really useful relic for longer combats. If your turn is going 5, 6, 7 or more turns, as the Heart Fight often goes, then it's got a lot of use there. But boy, does it give you a hard time in the shorter fights. Relic Cube. Cube's an interesting one. Cube is a very interesting one. 1 draw every time that you take damage. Giving up the Black Blood to get a Relic Cube is pretty tough. You won't be taking damage a whole lot of times in Act 1. And I do think, as a result, Cube is maybe one of the worst swaps to get. But the later you get into the run, especially towards the Heart, the better Cube becomes, as you're able to more reliably build around self-damage, and potentially draw lots and lots and lots of cards from the Runic Cube. That makes it pretty difficult for me to evaluate this thing. I'd say probably as a swap, this is C tier, but then A or B tier, depending on the circumstance. And I think that is ultimately a fairly valid reason to put something in a lower tier. This is a fairly conditional relic. It's absolutely possible for Runic Cube to be the single most powerful relic for a given run. If you've got a copy of Pain in your deck, for example, Runic Cube can be so very much card draw. Draw a card whenever you play a card. And we just recently had something like that, where we were able to use the Runic Cube to almost infinitely draw cards for ourselves. C is for circumstantial, that's right. And the problem then with the swap becomes your Act 1 is that, you have more trouble against your early elites or your early combats because your relic isn't doing as much as, say, the starter relic would. But then maybe B tier for the later stuff. Let's leave it on C tier here for as a swap. Even though we did win our cube swap on the first try. Maybe I should do some more cube swap runs. Sacred Bark, double strength potions. A relic I often want to have, but rarely do I feel like I have the space, so to speak, to take it. Rarely do I feel like it's a better choice than the other options. The core trickiness with Sacred Bark is, of course, by empowering your single-use resource of potions. It's a boss relic that gives you a very powerful effect in some fights, and then absolutely nothing in other fights. And that really makes it tricky. I do think it's quite good to get at the start of the run. Probably as a start, I'd put this as B or maybe even A tier as a starting relic. Because it's going to affect the most potions if you get it at the start of the game. And I think it's a really good answer to your Act 1 elites and Act 1 bosses. Just one strength or dexterity potion that's multiplied by 2 becomes an overwhelming force in the face of the early game. And there's so many other, even normally weak potions, like the Essence of Steel, 4 plated armor, double that to 8 plated armor, almost completely stops the 3 sentries fight. Almost completely stops damage from Gremlin Knob or Lagavulin. And of course, combos with many other relics, like the White Beast statue or the Alchemize card. I think it gets a little bit worse in the later game, maybe B or C tier, if you're picking it up later. But it could also be something that you pick up just because you have a really good potion. Maybe you've got in your potion belt an Ancient Potion and a Flex Potion together that you want to use on Heart. And if you pick up a Sacred Bark, well, that gets twice as good. So where do we leave this then? A, B, or C? I would say A as swap, B or C as the others. Well, let's leave it on A then, as a swap. I think I like it quite a bit. How about Sozu? Sozu's the opposite, right? No potions, but you gain energy every single turn. As a starting relic, I think Sozu is D tier. It not having any potions for the entire run is a really crippling downside. That is really hard to get around. If you're picking up Sozu in Act 2 or going into Act 2 or going into Act 3 and you already have good potions in your potion belt though, then Sozu can be a much better thing. And I think in general I would probably put Sozu in the C tier, around the same rank as Ectoplasm and some of the other difficult to take energy relics. And if you've got, say, like a potion belt with 4 potions in it, it might even be B or A tier. But if we're talking about start of the run when you can't have potions, you will always have 0 potions, and you will always keep 0 potions. If you start with it, well, that's D tier for sure. Meat says, Sozu is nice as a banner because it's a mechanic that you don't need to think about often. That I do agree with, big time. Is that, starting out in this game, I definitely rated Sozu a lot higher, and I think when you're starting out, Sozu is a lot more valuable, because when you have less game knowledge, less game experience, your potions are less useful to you. You're less likely to remember to use them in the best circumstance, and you'll have a harder time knowing when the right moment is. How about the Dome? Dome prevents you from seeing enemy intents, but gives you additional energy every single turn in exchange. Dome's a weird one. In many combats, there's quite a few deterministic combats in Slay the Spire, where the enemy follows the exact same attack pattern no matter what. In those fights, the Dome is simply a game knowledge check. Can you remember or look up what this enemy can do? But in other fights, notably, the Time Eater is probably my least favorite enemy to face with the Runic Dome. The Time Eater is the deadly mix of random attacks, so you don't know what the Time Eater is going to do on their turn, and they have the clock mechanic, where they'll gain strength for every 12 cards you play. So it's a mixture of not letting you know what the time meter is going to do, plus punishing you if you play the wrong cards. That makes the Dome really, really tough in that fight. That said, I think overall the Dome is a very good energy relic, and probably goes up here with some of the good ones. As a start, I think it's actually probably A tier, because so many of the fights in Act 1 are deterministic and can be predicted entirely. And then as you get into the later game, closer to B or C, and you're completely understandable if you have a personal distaste for the Runic Dome. Many people do, struggling with not being able to see the enemy intents or being frustrated by the practice of looking up or remembering their capabilities outside of the game. And that's completely reasonable. I personally avoid the Runic Dome a lot of the time, just because I think it makes for a worse stream viewing experience. But as a start, as an experienced player, I think it's an A tier energy relic, truthfully. It's pretty good. Especially if you're able to either play your whole hand every turn, which is useful in most combats, although not against Time Eater, or if you're able to retain your block somehow. Calipers and, of course, Barricade can make that pretty good. Writhing Mass also, of course, a fight that's exceedingly difficult with the Dome, right? You don't know if you're going to get cursed or not, so that can make it pretty tough too. How about Tiny House? Tiny House gives the old bunch of stuff, I call it. 5 max HP, 50 gold, 1 potion, 1 random upgrade, and 1 card reward. As a starting bonus, I actually quite like it. I think it's maybe a B tier start, or even slightly above average. It's a lot of different little things that are all very helpful at the start of the run. However, as you get later into the run, I think it falls pretty short compared to most of the other boss relics that you can be offered. The best thing you can really say about Tiny House is that it always gives you something that's useful, whether that be just a few hit points or the 50 gold, and you shouldn't disregard 50 gold, by the way. It's not a whole lot of money, but money is incredibly valuable in Slay the Spire. So I think as a non-start, it's probably D tier. I almost never take the Tiny House, which is a real shame, because I do think it's a really fun and very cool relic. It's not quite enough. It's not quite enough. But we'll let it, as a swap here, we'll let it give it a home in the C to represent that it's too good for D tier. It's too good. Times when you may want to take Tiny House deliberately are moments where your other choices are either useless to you or actively harmful to you. For example, energy relics that have a downside that you can't bear. For example, a Coffee Dripper in a run that really needs some healing, or a Velvet Choker in a run that's very dependent on playing lots of cards to survive. Speaking of, how about the Velvet Choker? How's it going, Chrono? How about the Velvet Choker? Velvet Choker limits you to 6 cards per turn. I think this can be one of the biggest relics to either build around or not. The Velvet Choker rewards you for having really efficient, compact cards. These are cards that either just do a lot in and of themselves, the 2 energy blocks, the damage over time cards, or cards that scale based on something else that's happened, either scaling with number of cards in hand, like Second Wind or Fiend Fire, or that are able to power up over the course of a combat, something like Blizzard or Thunderstrike, cards that'll, you can play one card and have a lot happen, essentially. Choker plus Pocket Watch, one of my favorite combos. The Pocket Watch, of course, giving you more card draw if you play fewer cards. So naturally, those pair pretty well together. I think as a start, the Choker's pretty tough. I found it relatively difficult to consistently assemble decks that that were able to utilize the Choker. Don't know if I like it more or less when I'm not starting with it. It's interesting. This is very much one of the relics where I think I'd like to really give it a rating per class, because I think it has it's S or A tier on Ironclad, and it's, you know, much worse on Silent and Watcher, and then kind of okay on Defect. So it's really hard to just give it one singular rating here for everything. But given how much difficulty we had in the challenge, it feels pretty hard to justifiably put it in A tier here. So I think I'll slap it in B. Yeah, we need 12 tier lists. Act 1, 2, and 3 for Ironclad, Silent, and Defect. But that is kind of quintessentially to Slay the Spire, right? It's all about taking your kind of baseline understanding of all of the different mechanics and effects, and then the game of Slay the Spire really is, how do you evaluate each of these things in the specific contexts that you encounter them in your given run. And at any given moment in a regular run of Slay the Spire, your context may be highly unusual or very strongly leaning towards one thing more than the mean, so to speak. Lotus. It's additional energy when the Watcher leaves calm. Lotus is a very strong boost to what is already one of Watcher's strongest mechanics, the Stance Dance. Giving you further incentive to pick up specifically calm entry cards like Inner Peace, like Meditate, like Fear No Evil. And I think it's a very, very good relic overall. It can be... The only really tricky thing, I think, with a Lotus is, are you offered cards that say calm on them, really? If you do, then it's going to be fantastic. Sometimes you don't want it just because you've reached Act 2 or 3, and you haven't seen any of those, but if you're getting into the start of the run, it's pretty dang fantastic, and I think overall the Lotus is really good. It's just it's an energy-generating relic that has no downside, and those are always pretty good. Of course, allows for some crazy combos, too. Notably, Violet Lotus plus Upgraded Eruption plus Vigilance plus Rushdown equals an infinite combo if the deck is small enough, and that's only one card plus one boss relic away from the starting deck, which is a frighteningly easy win condition. It's not fair to rate it differently than Kite. Well, it's not fair for Watcher to do what she does compared to Silent, I guess. But what about the Wristblade? What about the Wristblade? Wristblade making zero-cost attacks do 4 additional damage. There's quite a few zero-cost attacks in the Silent pool. I think as a general boss relic, it's a reasonable one. I don't often find myself taking it just because I've got a more developed deck at the time. But right at the start of the run, I think this is actually a really good relic, maybe if not even one of the best. I think we could reasonably even actually put this in S tier as a swap. As a regular boss relic, probably towards A or even B. There's often a lot of better options, but the runs where I have started with Wristblade have been absolutely insane. Blade Dance right at the start of the run, if you have a Wristblade, does 24 damage for 1 energy and upgrades to 32 damage for 1 energy. Of course, Slice is good. You get the immediate boost with Neutralize, which helps make the swap consistently good, because it means you're immediately getting a big boost in your opening combats, and it just gets better from there. There's lots of colorless cards that it works with, including Dramatic Entrance, Swift Strike, and Flash of Steel. And the best part of all is that the Wristblade will boost any card that is temporarily 0 cost. For example, any card you generate from an attack potion, or anything that is made free by bullet time. Wristblade swap on all characters? I'm in. Give me a better reason to take Anger in Act 1. I want it. I want it. Alright, only 4 to go. Certainly not least, but close to last here. The Snecko Eye starts with an S, goes an S. Do I need to explain myself further? Okay, I guess I will. Snecko Eye, it's incredible! You get 2 additional cards each turn, and your cards are random cost. The random cost can be a detriment, even, actually, especially at the beginning of the run. And sometimes, if you take a Snecko Eye, you're inevitably going to see 1 or 2 hands where you get to choose 1 out of 7 cards and you get to play it. And those are sad turns. But you still get to choose one of those 7 cards. And a normal hand of Slay the Spire only has 5 cards in it. That's less choices than 7. Which, that kind of sounds like a meme the way I'm saying it, but I'm truly meaning that as a good thing. 7 choices is more than 5 choices. 7 cards in hand is more than 5 cards in hand. That's, at its core, why the Snecko Eye is really good, is because it enables you to draw more cards, have more options, and then the cost randomization becomes this kind of like game that you're playing with the Snecko Eye to fight for an advantage, filling the deck with big expensive cards, which is more easy to do the earlier you find the Snecko Eye. One important thing to note is that because of the random costs of Snecko Eye, and just because of the card design of Spire in general, with high-cost cards, having 1 or 2 really powerful, expensive cards in a Snecko deck can outweigh a dozen 0-cost cards. You know, if you have a bunch of Claws and 1 Meteor Strike, it's still going to be a really good Snecko Eye, for example. I think of the characters, the Ironclad probably benefits the most from Snecko. He's got an exceedingly high average card cost. But Defect and Watcher are not far behind there. And I think maybe the Silent benefits the least, with the lowest average card cost in general. But everybody loves the Snecko Eye, and I think everybody particularly loves starting with the Snecko Eye, giving you the most time to build around it. Runic Pyramid here, also one of my favorites. The Runic Pyramid lets you retain your cards from turn to turn, instead of discarding them. And the Pyramid, therefore, is the king of what I call consistency, enabling you to always have your blocks in hand on the turn you need them, ensuring that you can maximize the damage you deal when your enemy gives you a free turn, ensuring that your cards that combo with each other never fail. I love the Runic Pyramid. It's my favorite relic in Slay the Spire, and I think it's an exceptionally powerful boss relic, too. It's good as soon as you get it. A Runic Pyramid start is going to take a lot less damage on average to the opening combats than most other starts. And a Runic Pyramid is, of course, going to be something that you can really build around to get some seriously powerful combinations going. I think it's a fantastic relic overall. There are some reasons not to want the Pyramid. The biggest problem is what we call hand clog, where you've got a hand full of cards that you're retaining with the Pyramid, but you're unable to play more than a couple of them, and so you're unable to draw new cards. That can especially be a problem if you also have the Snecko Eye. I don't think it's ever really a good idea to get both of these relics at the same time, barring a few exceptions. But if your cards are kind of expensive and you have relatively little energy, or if you have a surplus of card draw in your deck, then you may not want the Runic Pyramid. That's another good situation where it's something to avoid, is a card draw surplus. If you're already drawing 7 or 8 cards per turn, Pocket Watch can be a good way to get to this state. Then you're no longer able to really benefit from the Pyramid. Calling Bell. I really like Calling Bell as a relic design-wise. You get one unremovable curse, the Curse of the Bell, which can be blocked by Omamori. And then 3 immediate relics, 1 common, 1 uncommon, and 1 rare. Relics now are better than relics later, and I think as a swap, it really depends on what you get. I think I'm going to put it in the B tier, but I'd say this is probably between B and A. The curse downside can be a little stinky immediately, but it's really up to the 3 random relics you get, you know, how good the Calling Bell is. I've had Calling Bell starts that were exceptionally easy, because 3 good relics at the start of the run can be very much a powerful snowball effect. But I've also had Calling Bell starts where none of the 3 relics really did much at the start of the run, and then you're playing at a disadvantage because you have a curse. And that's true both as a start and later in the run. The Calling Bell, it's a bit of a gamble, but boy can that gamble pay off big time. Blood Vial, Meat on the Bone, Duvudal, and Ironclad. We had recently a run where we started with Guria on Silent. Or, no, wait. It was Molten Egg and Guria on Defect, right? Is that what I'm remembering? Our Calling Bell from this recent challenge was an exceptionally lucky one, and we got not only really good relics at the start, but we got relics that worked well together. Bonus strength and upgraded attacks. And those worked really well. I think Calling Bell did poorly as a ladder challenge, partially because it's inconsistent, right? Like, if you're trying to do 20 runs in a row, starting with the Calling Bell, then inevitably you're going to get 1 or 2 where you don't get much of use at the start. I think that's an excellent point, Erasmus. Calling Bell is the only way to start your run with an uncommon relic, so it's the only way to start your run with one of the egg relics that upgrade all cards of the appropriate type, and that's pretty cool. Lastly, the Slaver's Collar. Slaver's Collar gives you extra energy during boss and elite fights, but not during regular combats. I really, really like the Slaver's Collar on lower Ascension levels, prior to Ascension 20, when you can get away with just front-loading your way through fights like the Shelled Parasite and the Chosen. But when you hit Ascension 17 and enemies get extra power, I don't quite like it as much, because a lot of the time when I take the Slaver's Collar, I find myself really struggling through the first fights of Act 2 or Act 3. Particularly struggling against Darklings when I'm unable to deal with all their multi-attacks. Particularly struggling against Shelled Parasite. Struggling against the 2 Thieves at the start of Act 2. It's tough. It's tough. Stinky Double Bandits, man. I particularly like Slaver's Collar as your 5th point of energy for the deck. So say you've already got one of the other boss relics that provide energy, the Dome, the Key, the Ecto, you know, whatever it is. Adding Slaver's Collar to that, to me, feels really good, because you already have enough energy to get through your regular fights, and then for the extra difficult fights, the bosses and elites, you get to spend a little bit more. So, those are the different boss relics of Slay the Spire and my ratings for them. Rating them as a start for the ones that are appropriate, and kind of an average rating for the starter relic upgrades. If you like this video, let me know in the comments below what's your favorite boss relic to use in Slay the Spire. And don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel for more content. Thanks so much for watching, everybody. Hope you enjoyed. Cool, call that a YouTube video. Don't forget to comment, everybody. I really enjoyed doing doing this little challenge here of the boss relics. Really did. That's right, smash that subscribe button harder than the speed of sound. So Sarah Kira asks, did I have a favorite run of all of these boss swap runs from the challenge? I have a couple candidates. This is one of them. Watcher with Velvet Choker takes pressure points and makes it work. That was pretty cool. I really enjoyed... I really enjoyed being able to go off the beaten path with the Watcher here, and actually get not only a success with what was considered a pretty challenging start for Watcher. The Velvet Choker really does cut off a lot of her synergies and interactions, but then able to use that to take one of her least frequently used cards and turn it into a win was pretty good. Was pretty good. Lysozyme, thank you so much for the 11 months. A double dad joke. Meditate was so good in this deck. Was so good in this deck. A granddad joke. The dad joke of your dad joke is my enemy? Wait, no, that's not the right saying. Okay, says their favorite was Ironclad yesterday with the infinite strength from the blue candle, Calling Bell, and Rupture. That was also one of the very fun runs. We had both this Mark of Pain Ironclad run with double Rupture, Necronomicon, blue candle. How cool was this? And then using the Battle Trance to stop drawing cards from Dark Embrace so that I could keep playing the Necronomicers. We played 129 blue candle cards. And then the Runic Cube did something really similar. This also had a Rupture, but this time we used a Pain for the self-damage. I guess you could say this run really felt no pain. And there's one more run that I really liked. Actually, I really liked this Wristblade swap. This was just an exceptionally powerful run from start to finish. It only took us an hour to kill everything. Slaver's Collar. Where did I Dully's Mirror? Unclear. Looks like I mirrored a Blade Dance Plus. But the other one that comes to mind as a really fun run was really early on. The Defect, of course, with the Calling Bell. This one. Calling Bell into... It was Regal Pilla, Molten Egg, Gurya. And then we later picked up Vajra Duvudal. This Defect had 6 points of strength. And a ton of attack cards. 4 Compile Drivers. 3 Cold Snaps. 2 Sweeping Beams. This was a good time. This was a really good time. Hey, Tropius, you say that you like the Fusion Ember as a boss relic, but really dislike it as a swap start. For the most part, I really agree with that. I think that once you've got a couple of upgrades under your belt, or better yet, you already have a mechanism to get your upgrades in, like you've already got an Apotheosis in the deck, then Hammer becomes an easy peasy take. But it can be a really challenging start because you're forced to spend your entire Act 1 taking cards you can never upgrade. That's pretty tough. Prismatic Shard, that's a fun out of 10. When you take it, you're playing the game on Shard mode, but every time I play a run with Prismatic Shard, and I think that's going to be true no matter how many times I take the Prismatic Shard, but every time I have a Prismatic Shard run, I end up with a completely unique and different deck. Oh yeah, this is also, speaking of runs from the challenge that I really liked, this Watcher took Jax and was able to use that as her scaling mechanism. That was really cool. This was a very interesting and unique run. We picked up a Act 1 Prismatic Shard, and we were able to use that to do all sorts of stuff. Draw with Overclock. We were doing triple damage Sunders with Blasphemy. It was good stuff. It was good stuff. And one more joke, because why not, hey? What do you get when you take the slime boss to the Grand Canyon? Ectoplasm. So what's next? Next, I want to finish one unfinished thought here. Kind of a little encore presentation of our boss swap challenge. A Great Divide? That's also a very good punchline. Did you hear about the slime who became a cheerleader? They were great at doing the splits. Broken Crown plus Prismatic Shard run. Now that does sound like a fun challenge. That does sound like a fun challenge as well. Okay, so Filth of the Spire set to Busted Crown only. We got a Busted Crown win with the Silent. Silent was finally able to get there with Runic Pyramid plus Poison and Catalyst. But I also want to clear a Busted Crown start with the other characters, just to show that everybody has the possibility to start with and win with the Busted Crown. So that leaves the Defect, the Watcher, and the Ironclad to win with Busted Crown starts. And that's going to be the goal here. We'll start with the Defect, since we did it with the Silent, and we'll just rotate attempts until we get a win with each of the characters on Ascension 20, starting with the Busted Crown. I don't know how many days of trying this is going to take. My hope is not too many, but we'll see. It could even be only 3 runs to do. Gonna take one more quick break before we jump on into our first actual run of the day. And then we'll get started. Alright, I will be right back, everybody. Don't go nowhere. Alright, folks, we are back. Thank you so much for your patience. So excited for some Busted Crown runs here today. Byronim says your PB for Busted Crown wins in a row was 3 on silent. Honestly, that is pretty good. I think 2 wins in a row with Busted Crown is good time. So somebody asked, don't you need to get lucky with a Busted Crown start? And my answer is yes. Yes, you kind of do. At some point, you're going to need to be offered a card that's takeable, and that's not guaranteed with the Crown by any means. You can kind of force it by going to stores and looking for stuff there, but you can never really force it to happen. So you do, on some level, need to get a little bit lucky. And part of that means putting yourself in position to get lucky, getting offered card rewards, even if you're not necessarily going to take them. Weird combat. Giant House Key, thank you so much for the 5 months. Oof. Not that attack card, please. Barrage on floor 1 with Crown is a hard no. Does 0 damage if drawn on turn 1. Does 4 damage if I draw it in the same hand or after zap. That's not good. That's not good at all. My face. Like, do I do I take it? Do I take it? There's your upgrade. I mean, we can go to the store and buy a power here to make it do something immediately. But that's a pretty tough sell, right? Like, at the current moment, Storm does literally nothing because we have no other powers. Unless the power's rare and it's not on sale. That's true. There could be a creative AI that we can't afford. Sometimes like a Zap that exhausts, sometimes it's just a slime card. Finding Guardian? It's gonna be so hard to get other cards. But yeah, we're already very far behind, so indeed. I think our current path will go through the shop and then up here. We have to go to the shop and like get a card. You know what, let's try it. I suspect it's absolutely incorrect, but I am going to take it. Hand of Greed, I think, would have been an amazing card for a Crown run. Self-Repair is fine, I guess. Melter and Streamline are also pretty good. Can I afford Self-Repair Streamline? Because I would do that. Hollow Streamline together are also quite good, especially if you're looking to get your deck started. But given that I took the Storm, I guess I'll take the Self-Repair, which means I can't actually afford the Streamline. Have I made a terrible mistake? Probably. Plus a Transform. Do I just transform the Dual Cast? I'm gonna do it. Begone, stinky Dual Cast. Form of... a Seek? Okay, okay, now we're talking. Now we're talking. I like it. Yeah, it's gonna help us get the storm in play early before the upgrade gets down. Just get the hologram anyway. Easy. Okay, well, we're definitely not ready for an elite, right? We've added these. Okay, we'll go this way. Question mark? Yeah, I didn't even find any potions in the first 3 combats. I actually don't even get a combat before I'm supposed to fight an elite now. Guess I could go, like, this way. And there's no elites? Oh god. Oh god. Help. Help! I need this to be a combat that gives me a good reward. It's not. But I'll take the upgrades, I guess. Maybe beat Lagavulin? Question mark? Help. Sad thing is I can probably just beat Guardian anyway. Right? Like, maybe it's fine to go this way because we could just win. So like I could suicide into the elite here maybe, but do I need to? Not really. Although having the option to maybe fight one elite would be a good thing. We could go here, here, here. Fighting no elites this act seems kind of crazy. Although we've got the beginnings of a genuinely good deck. I have self-repair. Let's go this way. Please. No. Alright, well, that's not exactly helpful. The suffering continues. Alright, well, let's not fight an elite then. We'll fight this. Theoretically, being able to see one more card is helpful. In practice... I don't know. It feels like it's not doing a lot either way, right? Got this overwhelming damage output. Okay, we found a potion, we found a decent block card. But it's still, a block card, not a damage card. I am gonna take it. Now we're definitely beating Guardian. But are we beating these nerds? Go with probably not. Yo. Okay, this is working. 4 plus 9 is not 15. That does damage. I'll take it. I mean... This is the best damage card we found. No, I should have bought that Melter, more accurately. If we had a Melter Plus, we'd be in much better shape. Or that Streamline. Streamline would have been pretty good, too. But I chose to go Storm Self-Repair. That was me. I did that. I'm gonna risk it here. Okay. Sentries, I think, are pretty manageable. And we'll get some money for this upcoming shop and a relic to work with. Whatever that relic might be. I'm just gonna leave Seek in the draw pile. Got a free orb! Wow. Worst Seek ever. Bottom drew both times. Come on. No! Dang. Okay, we do get a useful potion. And we're offered a blizzard. Alright, thanks. Great sadness. The good news is we found at least one real damage card, a Ball Lightning. You can do Ball Lightning plus card remove, or I can do like Ball Lightning Capacitor, Ball Lightning Hologram. Capacitor is another power. Does say power. Really like to remove a card. Tough call here. I'm going to opt for a removal. Full block. Good. And I'll definitely take a cool-headed for a lightning, for a frost orb too. Cool. Upgrades that are good. Hologram upgrade is pretty okay. We could upgrade cool-headed for one more draw. We could upgrade the charge battery for more block. I think we're okay here. I'm going to use the focus potion against Guardian, and that should get us through. Could upgrade Zap to be free. That's also kind of reasonable now. Not ready to upgrade Storm yet. We didn't take the second power, after all. Ball Lightning upgrade's also reasonable, actually, if we just want some more oomph damage immediately, which, actually, I really do. Yeah, actually, let's do that. Upgrade the Ball Lightning. That also makes it easier to transform early in this combat. Plus 10, we're not going to be able to do enough. Lack of any kind of multi-enemy attack is going to be a real problem next act. GG. Got our potion back, and Skyfish predicting correctly, we do in fact get an Electro from Guardian. Good old called it, perfectly pairs with the Storm too. We have no reason not to take this. And we upgraded our Ball Lightning, right? We've got good lightning generation. This is fantastic. But what about this? Transform all strike and defend cards, that's right, even the upgraded ones. Or don't do that and do something else. Five energy? Question mark? I mean, we do benefit from more energy, but we're mostly able to play more strikes and defends. I for one think that getting rid of these stinky strikes and defends will be good, especially because we could get more powers. The upgraded cards will not stay upgraded after a transform. No, those are going to turn into unupgraded cards. What do we get? Power! And another hologram. And 2 rebounds. Interesting. I don't know that I like a reprogram necessarily, but the rest of this is definitely better than the strikes and defends that we had before. Really happy with a loop. 2 unupgraded hollows, we'll have to fix that. A little bit low on block now, but our damage did increase significantly. Unfortunately, we have an early Forced Elite in this act. It's before a fire, unless we choose to go for the Burning Elite, too. Let's take 3 combats, and then we have a choice in both directions. I can play 2 times. Ball lightning, hollow, ball lightning. Okay, well, enough. So yeah, give me Storm then, too. We definitely want the ball lightning, because then we can go ball lightning, hologram, rebound, ball lightning, self-repair. We draw the ball lightning again. Uh, 12 plus 9 plus 8? Hold on. $29. I have to use the fire potion to save 11. Okay. We'll do that. I'll definitely take a cold snap. Reprogram Barrage didn't get enough damage there. We didn't have enough energy to play Loop and then reprogram Barrage. We needed the Orb from Storm to get the kill otherwise. This looks ugly. Hey, good. Not as bad. Ouch. Another cool-headed. Alright. One more Frost Orb, one more card draw. Gonna use Electro for damage to this fight, so I don't want to play that reprogram. Okay, we got some actual AoE now. Fortunately, I'm only going to be able to kill one of them, right? 25 minus 9 is 16. I have to do 16 more damage to kill. That's possible. Yeah, that's possible. Hollow Ball Lightning might have worked too, actually. That's a power. We're really just a little bit of focus away from stabilizing here, I think. I'm gonna go this way and grab some rests and upgrades. Get a shop here. You have to deal with Collector at the end. Yeah, let's go that way. Rob the Vagrant. Good old Rob. We'll pay some money to Rob here, who will give us a relic. In this case, the Regal Pillow. Additional healing when we rest, and we're probably going to do that, as well as the opportunity to add one of 20 cards to the deck. Hell yeah, let's go looking for Focus. Consume is here. That's actually not what I had in mind, but I really like that. Trading orb slots away for Focus, well guess what, we have a Capacitor, so Consume is pretty good. Okay, we have orb generation now, we have 3 Frost Orbs, we have lots of Lightning, we have Electrodynamics, we have Focus, we have Orb slots. We just need to get it all upgraded, and this route might help us do that. So the first question is, can we survive these guys? And I'm going to say with this hand, the answer is a resounding ow, but also yes. Unfortunately, we do just take 34 damage turn 1. There's no block here. But the good news is, I have a Regal Pillow. I could draw 3. I guess the idea would be we're looking for double energy so that I could play more cards. But realistically, I have 4 energy worth of useful things to spend here, so what am I looking for? Just double energy and Seek. I wouldn't play anything else. These are the best cards. If I look for block cards and play those, we'll get killed very quickly. Maybe something to activate the Nunchaku with? Specifically FTL. I feel like I'd rather use the relic, the potion next turn. What would disappoint me if I drew it? Basically any cards. Pretty much all of them. Let's see, do I consume here? Looks like that's going to be a yes. Through. Wood. Scoring us a happy flower for more energy. And potentially another ball laning. Although I think we're okay. Yeah, I think we're okay. I'll take the colorless pot over the speed potion. Yeah, I've only got 3 block cards. Not the world's greatest shop. But I want all these rest sites, so I am going to go this way. Ball hollow ball or ball loop capacitor? Go ball loop capacitor. Oh. Ball hollow ball loop. Actually. It's a lot of energy this turn. Could end up adding a lot of days to the draw pile here. Seek hollow and rebound. Probably better to get consume. Hologram's better than Storm. Wow. We'll fight. Turbo feels unnecessary, especially in a deck with a double energy. Go ahead and say no, thank you, especially now that we have Ancient Tea Set providing even more energy on turn 1. First upgrade's going to be Consume, second upgrade's going to be Capacitor. Got it. No chance at Apotheose, unfortunately. Looks like this is just maybe a card remove. 2 rebounds feels excessive. Or holograms, an interesting option too. Oh yeah, we've got a reprogram actually. We should dunk that. That's a better removal. Okay. Yeah, let's just dunk reprogram here. Do we need the discharge? Maybe? My hope is that we don't, that we have good enough lightning orb generation to not need it. But it certainly could be the case that we needed it, maybe even for this fight right here. Speaking of, this is where I feel Swift Potion's pretty good. Yeah. Take a bit of an ouchie on turn 1. Get lots of stuff in play. Could hollow it again. That's unnecessary, but thank you. Once we get the focus up, this deck is strong. Scoring a Toxic Egg, okay. All future skills will be upgraded, such as this Overclock Plus, which I really dig. Draw 3 for 0 cost. Adding a burn to the discard pile. Bit of a stinky disadvantage, but it lets us get the focus set up better. And very good with our double energy, especially. More orbs. More orbs. Hell's Razor. Did you know that The Chosen starred in a movie once? It's a cult classic. Get the barrage further down. Hello, cards? Here's cards. The refocus makes that do 11. Double energied. Dupot's exceedingly powerful, letting us duplicate probably Capacitor for a boss fight. That's an easy way to beat Collector if we want to get to Act 3 here. Yeah, I think the loop upgrade is very good at this point. I think the double energy upgrade is pretty good. I think getting these holograms upgraded is pretty good. Let's go with loot. The last of the power is upped for collector. Okay, lucky turn 1 electro draw. Feels good. No storm here, alas. Go ahead and look at one more card. Yeah. Zippity zappity. I want to do rebound fanciness. Rebound ball lightning, overclock, draw the ball lightning, and play it again to kill both minions this turn. But then I might miss my consume. So let's overclock first. Storm. Storm is only one lightning orb, so I wouldn't call it particularly worth playing. Eight plus 10 plus 6. Okay. Kill one of them. It gives Collector a chance not to attack us this turn. Just to attack us anyway, because they are rude. Unfortunate. Fine. Okay, we'll definitely consume one more time here. Rebounding the charge battery and nothing. One more? One more. Ow. This is fine. GG. And a bias cognition giving us 4 focus, minus 1 focus per turn. Hell to the yes. Lastly but not leastly, the boss relic pick here. Velvet Choker is more energy every turn, but limits us to 6 cards per turn. We only try to play more than 6 cards sometimes, but we do sometimes with the double energies, and if we upgrade the cool-headeds, it'll be more and more likely. We won't get to upgrade the cool-headeds if we take the Fusion Hammer, giving us more energy but preventing us from resting. Or preventing us from upgrading, excuse me. Or the Slaver's Collar, extra energy but only during boss and elite fights. Hey there, Quad Noob, great question. I use, yes, a mouse and a keyboard from the big cozy chair here. My setup uses what's called a This is a Corsair lap board. It's a K63 wireless keyboard that is kind of built into a bigger board here. The keyboard section can pop out separately, so here's just the keyboard. And then this thing is what it clicks into. So it's got a big flat spot for the mouse to go on, which I use an additional wrist pad on. But that's the setup here. Works pretty well for cozy chair style. Gaming. I use a pair of, I think these are 28-inch now, monitors that are about 3 or 4 feet away from me. Probably going to be changing that setup soon when I move, though. I'm feeling like this is a Slaver's Collar take, personally. Gives us lots of energy to play with. We can get the last couple of upgrades that we need on maybe Bias Cog, the Cool-Headeds, maybe one or more of the holograms can get upgraded. Yeah, that when I was looking into ways to do keyboard from a couch, I did come across a number of suggestions to use existing products designed for meals in bed and such. But this one seemed perfect for the inbuilt keyboard, although it was quite expensive. It's a couple hundred for this lapboard. For me, it was totally worth it. For off-stream gaming, I personally prefer to be a bit closer to the PC than the cozy chair allows. I would like to do a sit-stand desk setup for my personal stuff. And these shops. Okay, we have to go for the Burning Elite, unfortunately. Okay. Keep that in mind. Alright, well that means I'm fighting 3 elites? Good luck to us. I think this deck is pretty well equipped for the late game, though. We got most of the important thing that we needed. Blah. Should have just taken the flash of steel or whatever. I didn't want to rebound the rebound. Ugh. Do it anyway. Oh no. Disaster has come to our family. Yikes. So we really need some removals, looks like. The double rebound really killed me there. Not that one. Or an equilibrium or something? Wasn't the second rebound from the potion? The third rebound was from the potion. Just dead. Oh. Wait. Now we're... Hold on. I have many focuses. Help! The fourth rebound. We didn't get to play the self-repair even. Full heal. Womp womp. Forethought plus. Get out of here. Get out of here. Full heal! Hooray! Alright, we're good. Now back to 1 HP again. To the depths. With you. Can't help but notice we have no front-loaded block. That seems to be our problem. At the moment. So that's fun. You know? Success. Lived. Don't know that plasma orbs actually help me, but I like the idea. Alright, first up, the Reptomancer. We got Consume turn 1, feels really good. Give me Electro and double energy, please. Go ahead and do that again. Kill the new ones too. Behold the orb! Behold the orb. I live though. Please. Let's see, 27 times 2. Pretty good. Good thing it gives block on turn 1. We're upward and upgraded reprogramming, allowing us to scale our strength and dex. Don't think this deck is there. We would need both holograms upgraded to even think about it. Really? That one in the back. Should have sought for the self-repair too. Yeah, fruit juice is nice for some max HP. I'll definitely take an upgraded charge battery. One of the big things the deck is lacking is immediate block. And immediate block that also generates energy feels pretty good too. Storm here, or do I block for more? I'm gonna block for more. Consume an additional time. I'm not going to play Bias Cognition. The self-repair and play. Frostrum in front for the loop. I figured this might happen this turn, so I really wanted to keep that Frosturb in front. Now it's Bias time. Claw Plus. Blue Candle will allow us to play unplayable curse cards, which is not so helpful. A little bit more max HP actually restores us to a reasonable total, given that we gave up some to the Moai head. And it's the Repto rematch. Spooky stuff. Seek Electro Consume. Double energy on top. Foolish. No loop this time. At least we have a weak potion for the Repto. You 12. Okay. Ball. Actually, not that bad a turn. Only taking 14. Definitely could have been worse. Beam Plus. With the electrodynamics, that feels pretty unnecessary. Not bad with the Akabeko, though. I gotta say, we did survive all 3 elites, which is kind of better than I thought we were gonna do. Let me update that What's Left command, by the way. Okay. I find that Buster Crown usually for me loses late in the run. That I'm able to limp my way around to the Act 3 boss and then the Act 3 boss, or the heart will kill me. Which is about what I'm expecting here. We have the important pieces, like we have focus, we have orb slots, we have all that, but we just can't bring it together to actually scale up before we take 30 damage on turn 1, turn 2 from bosses and die to that. So our current problem is that we just can't block enough quickly enough. I just have to play this. Yeah, Glacier would be a big step in the right direction. For example. Okay, that should be enough focus for this fight. Okay, not a bad fight. Bullseye. We have no other artifact removal. Theoretically, this makes our lightning orbs do quite a bit more damage. In practice, it's another attack that we're gonna die from drawing on the wrong turn. Don't think we can take it. The rematch. Literally cannot prevent vulnerable. Oh dear God. Okay, that'll have to do. Hey there, Freudian. One quick second, everybody. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. How do you make a waterbed bouncer? You fill it with spring water. I love that. Good stuff. Okay, 18 is a pretty reasonable total to deal with, at least. Give me cool-headed. Cold snap. Perfect. That's more like it. Okay. The self-repair is one of the only reasons we're still in this at all. We've been hemorrhaging life left and right. Question is, can I upgrade before the Act bosses, or do I need to rest here? Resting seems more likely to get us into Act 4, but how the heck do we win with this pile? Well, I guess we can worry about that when we get there, right? We should rest, and we should do what it takes. I don't actually see Awakened One being too much of a problem here. Capacitor Consume is an extremely good way to scale against this boss. We just skip the Storm and the Self-Repair until Phase 2. But we are going to need to take some damage early on. You ever choose to take a curse here over a new random attack? Sometimes, yeah, if you can't... Sometimes, you know, if the attack would kill you, your only chance is to take the curse and go forward from there. And I've had runs in that position that have then won. Sometimes you also want the curse. We had a run... I guess that was the daily run we did last night when we're trying to get points. And one of the ways to get points, lots of points at the end of your run in Slay the Spire, is to have 5 curses in your deck. So I deliberately added a curse from the Writhing Mass to get the score bonus. Okay, we're gonna rest up to full HP here, and I'm just gonna try to get to Act 4. We'll see what happens from there. Akabeko Barrage. It's kind of hype. Definitely rebound the battery. We are going to play both of the capacitor and the loop here, although they will make... This would be a really good time for the weak potion, actually. I do not like flaying overclock this turn, but I must get consumed down. Good. Okay, and those are all powers. Not gonna play overclock again. I think that would be very foolish of me. Foolish. Red. Here I was hoping I could rotate the orbs. Dang. We need some amount of lightning orbs. Not no lightning orbs. was a wonderful blast from the past of Neuromania. Heard anybody reference Numberwang in a very long time. Dear bird, please die. Thanks. Shoot. Oh, you did the multi-attack too early. Ah, that's what I get for trying to do damage, I guess. Ow. Well, that's why I rested, I guess. Oof. So I'm just not allowed to end turns with a lightning orb in front? That's deeply unfortunate. I'm about to do it again. But I think this is highlighting why we're not going to be able to beat Act 4, is because we can do or damage or generate block with the orb slots, but we can't do both at the same time. And we need to be able to do both at the same time to win the endgame. Just try to win this quick now. Okay. At least they fixed Rebound and Burns working together. That's good. Okay, not exactly a clean win, but we survived. Next up, Time Eater. This will be a little bit easier, I think, to do well against here. Just need to get some decent orbs set up, and then we can maybe go into good old E to E territory, but only if we don't get killed first. By the draw reduction. Okay, I'm actually quite grateful here. Can I live this? Kablamo! Thank you so much for that gifted sub to Yippee-Ki-Yay. Kablamo. 51. Big number. But it's not the biggest number. 55, for example, is a bigger number. Okay, that'll be 44 block. Good enough. Does 45 on a Vuln multi-hit? take a look-see here. 51. No. I will have to play another card here. See, if I consume one more time, this would be 14 each, right? It's 14 times 3. Less than 44. Okay, so we're pretty much maxed out on our block per turn already. Okay. Start with points. So Temitor goes back up to full HP, and now it's a race to the finish. Now we can play the Bias Cognition and feel pretty okay about it. Of course, we can also just die. It's also a possibility. There for the moment. Limited to 3 cards next turn, but less strength. Let's get rid of some stuff. Yeah, I guess I'm playing this. Good luck to me. Good, yeah, we're fine. Everything is fine. Nothing is horribly wrong. Don't worry. Fear not. Nothing is wrong. GG. We've somehow survived that too, and we are now to Act 4. I don't know that we would have gotten there with without resting, although certainly some upgrades might have helped, you know? 2018. That's an alright year. It was a good year. Oh, yeah, I'll call it a good year. Sure. So, 57 HP. Feels like I just need to upgrade Biased here. Alright. Another Consume on offer. Power Potion could definitely be an out against the Heart. An Echo Form would actually be the only thing we needed. My record for most amount of turns in one combat. Oh, that's an easy one actually to remember. Kill a Penguin, because it was this combat to get the screenshot of the Heart doing 1,000 damage. I believe it was something like 187 turns to get that screenshot. I believe that is the most I've ever done. Another self-repair? It's an option. Wouldn't call it a great option. Boat Thingy's pretty good. Shame I can't buy Boat Thingy in addition to Power Potion, because I think that would be really good. Pot River could be some nice draw for us, although realistically it's only drawing 2. We only have Frost and Lightning Orbs in this deck. I'd like to lose one of these rebounds. Warpaint could hit our holograms, or the Cool-Headeds. Actually, I think Warpaint is exceptional, now that I look at it. Warpaint's real good. So we can do something like Warpaint plus Power Potion. Can I do Warpaint, Power Potion, card remove? I can. Yes, we can do Warpaint, Power Potion, card remove. And that feels pretty good. Okay, we do get one of the holograms upgraded. And I'll lose a rebound. Is that going to be enough? I kind of doubt it. But let's see what we can do. We do have turn 1 double consume here, and that definitely helps. It's not going to get a lot better than that. Or this. Be an okay time to use the Power Potion, but I'd really rather use the Power Potion against the Heart here. $99 block ain't no prob. Data Disk gives us another point of focus. Would I take a Hello World? Honestly, seriously contemplating it. This is additional card draw, it's another power. It's more options. This can generate Go for the Eyes, holograms, steam barriers. I kind of like it here. Gnome saying, thank you so much for 20 months, the 2 metric years. It can generate stacks also, which might be fat stacks. Once we get, you know, the powers in play, which will be first cycle, the adding of additional cards to the discard pile shouldn't matter. Good turn 1, maybe. Okay, no Echo Form. A second Capacitor definitely helps, though. 2 more Orb slots. Could take a Static Discharge here. Whenever we receive unblocked attack damage, channel a Lightning. That's also really hype. Actually, looking at this opening hand, I don't get to play Consume twice. I get to play Cool-Headed twice. So I only have 5 energy. If I play Consume, Hollow Consume, then I have no Frost Orbs. I really need to play the Cool-Headed here. What about the Overclock? Do I look for double energy, maybe? Discharge can give me extra block by evoking Frost Orbs, which is kind of a big deal. I think I'm going to trust in the additional orb slots, though. And I think I am going to play Overclock here. That's good, okay. So we seek for double energy... And what? Loop? Storm. Yeah, double energy and Storm, because I'm going to need those bonus lightning orbs this turn. Okay. Turn 1 biased, that I'm not going to play. Do my order wrong, though. Then... Death. We didn't get the loop done. Hold on. All about. Turbo off of the Hello World is super useful, but I'm not sure it can keep me alive here. Hollow the Cool-Headed, which is a really low chance to be an out, or I can hollow the Overclock, which is probably not going to work either. Hologram. But that's not going to help me. Do this. Okay, no. GG. Not unexpected, but a really good first attempt with the crown. GG. GG. Didn't really foresee any other outcome here. We just didn't have the ability to get set up quickly enough. You know, we needed to also have, you know, by that turn 2, we needed to have the loop in play on a Frost Orb. And we just didn't quite get there. GG. GG. Joke's on the Spire, because that just means we get to play again. Before we jump on into another run, though, I'm going to take a quick break, refill my legs, stretch my water. When I return, the Watcher takes a crack at the crown. Be right back, everybody. Don't go nowhere. assemble the cuties, because I am back and ready for a Busted Crown run with the Watcher here. Watcher, in theory, seems like one of the better candidates for getting a Busted Crown win. She's got a very powerful starting deck. And this set of cards, the strikes with the stance change allowed of the Eruption, and the Vigilance, enables Watcher to defeat a lot more threats with her starting deck than any other character, able to even potentially get past bosses with just a little bit of help. And a little bit of help usually comes in the form of relics. Like going to an early shop and then trying to fight some elites, question mark? With 4 energy, that seems actually pretty reasonable. Could also opt to upgrade here. Let's see how we are before the store. I'll take 1 event and 3 combats to get a maximal chance for a potion and whatnot. I'm not going to go for a Burning Elite this early. Assistant to the Baker's Dozen, see through Shifu. Thank you so much for 11 months. And that Prime sub. Able to kind of cheat our way into being able to end in Wrath there, while also doing a bunch of damage. Empty Fist. Well, don't mind if I do. It's a stance exit, it's good damage, it's a really good upgrade. I'll take it. We're immediately offered the Purple Bonfire Spirits, enabling us to give up a card for some kind of heal. We'll just lose one of our defends here, since we're not fighting the Guardian, enabling us to draw more attack-dense hands like this one, so that we can get turn 1 kills like this one. You can encounter the spirits in Act 2 and Act 3. Yes, they are an all acts event. I'm also completely happy with the Third Eye here. Third Eye lets us look at the top several cards of the draw pile, and we can choose 1 or more of them to discard. Excuse me 1 sec here. Alright, we're back. Let's see, am I just scrying? Yeah, let's ensure that I get 2 defends if possible. That'll guarantee it. Okay, we do get a potion, and we're offered a study, giving us an insight into the draw pile each turn. Study is a draw engine, kind of a draw scaling mechanism, if you will. It's an interesting option here, that's for sure. I think it's quite useful against Lagavulin, bad against the Knob, but great against sentries and great against our boss. We should think about this with the Busted Crown. Hey there, Lalu. Tips on how and when to use Corruption. I personally love Corruption as an energy cheat on the Ironclad. Try combining it with lots of card draw from, say, a Snecko Eye, a Runic Pyramid, or a Dark Embrace, especially. The power that gives you a draw every time you exhaust a card. Those Dark Embrace and Corruption together enable you to draw and play just about everything in the deck in short order. Wonder if this is... I think we're in Knobtown now. So, can I go for the extra elite? Do I want to go for the extra elite over the upgrade? I do. I do. Shame about that gambling shit, but the shop's fine. When is it right to play Corruption early and when late is the other question. That one's a little bit more difficult to answer. A lot of the times it's just better to play it right away, but if your deck is a bit slower paced, you may need to wait 1 or 2 draw cycles before you play it and kind of burn through what's left. You exhaust every card in your deck, then you have an empty hand. You're allowed to end your turn, and the enemies can continue to do stuff. But you're gonna die, is what happens. Actually, do not mind removing a second Defend here. Do we want to pick up any of these attacks? Maybe the Protect is okay, especially if I do remove a Defend. Replace a Defend with Protect? That actually feels pretty reasonable on 4 energy. If the Protect wasn't on sale, I wouldn't even think about it, but let's try that. Preserving these strikes in the deck because they are a genuinely useful contributor to our damage output. Yeah, this is definitely going to be Gambler's Brew. Okay, perfect. So this does 18, 44 minus 18 is how much? 26. So we need to do 26 damage. So that's Eruption, Strike, Strike. So let's see what Third Eye shows us. Eruption. Okay. So we have Eruption plus 1, 2, 3, 4 of these cards. There's only one draw where we don't get 2 strikes. Actually, wait, no. That's a guaranteed, right? Right, yeah, we only don't get one of the cards. Okay, so that's perfect then. We play the Empty Fist. We can play this Defend. We only take 2 damage, and next turn we win with Eruption, Strike, Strike. Beautiful. Really good use of the Gambler's Brew to make this fight nice and easy. Absolutely true, Unrecovered. Yes, if your relics or, if the board state is such that you'll win with no cards left, then congrats, you got there. And you can even exhaust all of your cards and then get new cards back somehow. Because there's a few effects that could generate cards like Infinite Blades, like Creative AI, like Nilri's Codex, etc. The mod we use to choose the starting relic is called Filter the Spire. There's a link to it for you. Do we want this Crescendo? Retaining Wrath entry. It's an interesting option. I don't dislike Crescendo at all. I think it works a little weirdly with our study. But I don't dislike it at all. Okay, let's pick it up. Wrath on demand is always a nice thing to have. Although, oh dear. Do I... No, I can use the Crescendo here. Crescendo puts me in Wrath, and then Eruption does 18 damage and takes care of this Fat Gremlin. We can Third Eye for 7 block, and the Fat Gremlin will only do 10. That's actually perfect. Okay, immediate payoff to the Crescendo, I think. We just need to draw attacks next turn. Okay, that's fine. Kill the wizard. Kill the wizard. Actually, this is just the way to do it. Anger the gremlin. Okay, easy fight. We only took 3 damage to that fairly intimidating-looking set of gremlins, and we are rewarded with a cut-through fate. Damage, scry, and draw. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Alright, elite number 2 can't be a gremlin knob, but I feel pretty safe with a stance potion. As Byronium notes Hermit 9, if you put yourself into a situation where you can't kill the enemy and the enemy can't kill you, then you are in what's called a soft lock. Your only option is to abandon the run, because there's no way out of the combat that you're in. The game generally prevents such situations from occurring by making them pretty difficult to occur, and by having most enemies scale up in some fashion, but it's definitely possible to create a soft lock in Slay the Spire, if you're trying. Alright, let's do our second elite here. It is the Leggy Wulin, who's a very good fight for us, because we can deploy our study here. Getting that bonus card draw online, theoretically. There it is. And I want to get Protect and Crescendo into my hand. Allowed to play this without waking up the egg. And we draw Eruption on the wake-up turn. That's good. I can keep the Crescendo in hand. So we're looking to have Vigilance guaranteed in the next draw. Let's just make sure it's not the top card. Good. Also cool drawing into and playing this Empty Fist. This turn is a pretty easy Vigilance plus Protect. And then I'm looking for Protect again. There it is. Or actually, Vigilance Defend, even. 2 more energy for next turn. What a smooth fight this was. Score a Nunchaku, which will provide some additional energy, and a second copy of Cut Through Fate, I think is perfect. This has been a pretty generous Busted Crown so far. We've been offered a takeable card at, well, maybe not takeable. We definitely made some unusual picks here. Study, Protect, Crescendo. Not my my first choices for a Watcher run to start, but they've been working just fine because of the 4 energy. And it is definitely the 4 energy that's making this functional, currently. And we'll continue to do so as we bop our way through. Strike Dummy is a huge boon here. It means we can mostly stop taking damage cards, and that allows us to focus this deck a little bit. A bonus to strikes is usually a very big deal for the Watcher. Maybe if I was optimizing, I could stack the Nunchaku a little bit more, but I don't think I care. So I don't think I need an empty body here. We already have an Empty Fist. We have some pretty decent blocks that we're looking to cycle. I think at this point we would like to stop adding cards where we can. and collect some upgrades and removals. Let's see, 16. Okay, so that is actually just a kill. Okay. Nice. Am I going to be allowed to play Study next turn? Probably not. Crescendo? Puts me at 3 energy. No, yeah, puts me at 3 energy, right? Strike, strike, cut through fate, then puts me at 1. Nunchaku. Okay, so I don't actually have the ability to kill and block, huh? Curious about the strategy, killing the middle guy first. Basically, the idea behind that was we prevented the 10 damage that we were taking immediately. We had no way to block on turn 1. Not really, so I opted to kill the middle one immediately to prevent that 10 damage, hoping that I could then block or do the same here on this turn. I guess the stance potion lets me get everything. Okay. It feels violently unnecessary, actually, in a Hexaghost Act. Let's do it this way, then. Take 5. Take the stance potion to next act, thank you. Risk it for the biscuits? No, I'll just take the... Just take the 7, then. Our reward for that is Ice Cream, letting us conserve energies from turn to turn. The chance at a Protect tier. The Saint, thank you so much for the 15 months. Take a Regen Potion over this Power Potion, enabling us to heal. This we'll definitely try to take to the second act. Okay, both of these attacked on the first turn as well, so neither of them are attacking next turn. We're offered a halt. Halt's a block card that's pretty good if you can consistently get into Wrath, and with Crescendo, it's pretty reasonable. This is the first Watcher Busted Crown attempt today, Cicerol. We had several attempts in the prior boss swap challenge before. Okay, let's get a couple important upgrades. Feels like all the energy upgrades are quite significant with the Ice Cream. Do I allow for the possibility of a Snecko Eye, or do I just like start upgrading Eruption and Crescendo and such? Let's upgrade the third eye first. Alright, Snecko Study, though, that's true. I am probably not going to take a Snecko Eye, am I? It'll be a good turn. The ice cream does wonders. Look at that, 7 energy. It's a lot of energy. And a Snecko oil, is it an omen? Might not be, but what might be is 3 good cut-through fates in a row. Oh my god. What does it mean? What does it mean? $10 billion ducks, thank you so much for the 17 months. Time flies when you're slaying guys. That's right. I'm gonna upgrade the Crescendo. I think that's a more so than the Eruption, even though the Eruption is reusable. I'm really gonna appreciate that cost reduction for the front-loaded combats of later acts. I'm gonna get blocked for next turn. Is that the way to do it? Ooh. Hold 1 energy at least. Okay, that's fine. We'll use the Crescendo now. Of course, Eruption is the top card. Brutal. That means we're just gonna stay in Wrath this turn by playing the Protect, I believe. Fine. All that to be in Wrath on this turn, when we have a turn off from the attacks, essentially. And since there's a big attack headed our way next turn, we'll finish with the Empty Fist here. Okay, there's our Eruption. Just gonna block here. Bank the energy for next turn and then go for the kill. GG. That lets us carry these excellent potions into the late game. With a study, I think Spirit Shield's actually pretty decent block, scaling based on the number of cards in hands. Seems like a completely reasonable addition to the deck. Which Roguebook gem would I most like to add to this deck? Can I get Bleed on Empty Fist, please? I think that would be super helpful. What does Bleed do in Spire? No idea, but I want it. Probably the same thing it would do in Roguebook, right? Damage every turn. It is, in fact, offered to us. We talked about it a lot, the Snecko Eye here. For more cards each turn and random costs. With the Snecko Eye, or with the Spirit Shield, with ice cream, I think it's actually decent. The Pandora's box transforms all of our strikes into defense. Problem is, the strikes are actually pretty good. Or we could take a Runic Dome and lose the ability to see what our opponents are doing. 5 energy with ice cream, though. Yeah, I don't think I'm taking this Snecko Eye. It'd be hard to find cards that are good with the Snecko Eye, too. Really hesitant to give up the Strikes defense, so Dome? Yeah, I'm gonna go with the Dome. And I would like to go to one of these 2 stores. Let's start here. Alright, I know what the avocado does on turn 1. It's Bite Me for big damage. 21 damage, specifically. On following turns, it can't attack for nearly as much. Guess I don't have to spend all my energy, huh? Maybe I should. Be gentle. The Fist is here. Okay, I'll just do the damage that I can. We should be able to get a kill next turn. Definitely. Okay, that was the frail hit, too. Perfect. One more turn, so I can get the last hit point from this regen potion. Crush Joints allows us to apply Vulnerable to our enemies. Works really well with the insights from Study, since it requires a skill beforehand. It's an unupgraded common, but I think that's no reason not to take it at this point. Unfortunately, Stinky Apparitions are not what I want here. These cost us a lot of current health, bloat the deck, and we don't have any way to scale up behind them, so they're not really buying us time for anything. I think that's an important thing to have. If you're going to take Apparitions, making your deck slower, but essentially buying you free turns to use, you need to be using those free turns to set up a kill on bosses, or you're not going to have a way to win those encounters. Chosen never attacks turn 1 here, but I am going to scry before I scry. Guess just playing a couple strikes is fine. On turn 2, Chosen either weakens you or does a 12 damage plus vulnerable attack. This is questionable. The attack does 12, so we only need to block for up to 12 here. Next turn would be a lot potentially scarier, though. Okay, there's Eruption. I'll draw the Crescendo. Play the Vigilance, and there's a 50% chance that we'll take 4 damage. But we get to keep the Protect in our hand. You take 4, okay. That means on this turn that we're either being attacked for 31, that's the big single hit plus vuln, or 9x2 if it does the multi-attack. Those are the only 2 options for what it can do this turn. So if we block for 31, we're safe. Actually, wait, I saw 2 cut-through fates there, right? I can just do a cut-through fate chain to kill. Yeah. Retaining calm? Eh. Could be nice to have, but feels a little unnecessary. I think the current potions are pretty good. Do I go to this store and fight the Burning Elite? I do think we're pretty capable of that. Or do I go to the other store? Don't fight the Burning Elite. Have stuff happen. Not much of a sports ball person myself, Suthus. My dad's a big hockey guy, but I've never fallen to the allure personally. Word Square! Did you know that the Watcher is anti-drug? It's true, she's been known to crush joints. I'm gonna go for that Burning Elite. I feel capable. Ooh, a Wallop. Wallop is fantastic Blanc, given that it's also damage. Wave of the Hand could be pretty interesting too, giving us weaken to all enemies whenever we block, something that's quite valuable. Although I don't have a lot of block instances yet. The 5 energy per turn really helps with that, though. So I could do Wallop, Wave of the Hand, card remove. We could buy the Potion Belt, too. More potion slots is definitely a good thing. Jimmy Henrik, thank you so much for the 15 months and the Prime sub. Really appreciate that the Potion Belt lets you kind of hold both your short-term and your long-term potions at the same time, which is really nice. I'm feeling that Wallop and that Wave of the Hand. We need to get the good cards where we can, which is in the shop. And then... do I remove another Defend? No, I think we should remove one... right. I almost want to remove Eruption, but I do think a second Wrath entry is a pretty good idea. Oh, these stinkers. These guys may or may not be attacking on turn 1. Really no way to know. Let's see, 7, 7, 9, 14, 23, times 2 is 46. Wow, Jather, 17 face trades in a row without a good face. Glad you were able to break that streak. Dang. Okay, we're drawing another cut-through fate. I'm not surprised. I guess. Okay, Spirit Shield helps. Vigilance helps. So I could have actually done Wrath right at the beginning here. Do I Wrath for these two? No. The Wave Spirit Shield? It's gotta be Wave Spirit Shield. Perfect. At least as close to perfect as we're gonna get. Mystic can't be attacking this turn. Since there was more than 20 hit points missing on the Centurion, she has to heal. She could be attacking this turn, and if she were, it would be for 13 damage. who's not. Now, since there's hit points missing, she must heal again. So I don't even have to pretend to try to block. And she'll heal again. She can't heal 3 times in a row, but she'll happily heal twice in a row. You kidding me? That might be the best Nirvana I've ever seen. Upgraded for free with the Busted Crown. We have 4, count 'em, 4 Scry cards in the deck. Cool. That's a lot of block, and that makes the Wave of the Hand so much better, because it's a whole bunch of additional block activations. That's really good. Really good. Alright, Burning Elite. Play me. Regen Slavers, all things considered, could have been way worse. This turn 1's a little questionable, though. Let's see, 16 plus 27 is not enough. What do you got in here? Iron Blast, that's pretty good. Looks like I'm happy to use the Stance Potion as well here. Yeah, we'll just use the Stance Potion here. That's right, MSC. Well, with Runic Dome, you really need to be able to understand what your enemies could be doing. Many enemies have only one pattern that they can follow, but others have random variations, and in those cases you have to be able to count for all the different possibilities of the random variation, which may only be two or three relatively similar things, compared to throwing your hands up and being like, well, I don't know what they're doing, I have to just block as much as I can. That approach will not result in a lot of success. Okay, so we'll go Krish Gidlendo. Do I ever kill the middle guy turn 1 here? No, I don't think so. We gotta kill the red guy before he makes us vulnerable. Although killing this man before he makes us weakened is also interesting. The backline Red Slaver never applies Vuln on turn 1, so maybe if you're getting a turn 1 KO, it's better to go for the blue guy. Of course, then we can't get the kill this turn, right? That's correct. So we will get made vulnerable, or maybe entangled on this turn. Study here. Oh, he went for the Volton. Okay, tell me I can get a kill on this turn. Looks like probably 9 plus 9 plus 7 plus... I have to get the other Cut Through Fate with this Cut Through Fate. So let's Third Eye first. Third Eye, cut. And then play 5 attacks, right? Cut, strike, strike, strike. And Nunchaku lets me do that. We can also Empty Fist for +2 energy. Unfortunately, because card draw is a thing, the last attack has to be after the cut. We have to do this. Might not work. Yeah. Well, crap. Should have killed the blue... oh, actually. That may have worked out. Okay. Alright, and this has been a lesson on why we kill the red guy first. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. A lot of wounds. Oh, this regen is really killing me, actually. Uh-oh. Oh no. GG? Ah! GG. Wow, okay. So Super Slavers with regen was actually way too much. We did want to go for the middle guy first, maybe. In fact, over the other two. Eej. Eej. I did not expect that. I think we could have won this fight, but we had to go in a different order than we did with the Slavers. I think the correct order was middle, back, front. I kind of laughed when I saw the regen initially, not laughing now. GG. GG. Too many wounds. Alright, Ironclad. You're up. Okay, let's go this way. A few combats. Fortunately, 4 energy Ironclad has really good damage output, so we're able to just kind of chunkify here the game. Blood for Blood is the first card I'm actually really okay with. It can be a very cool card to build around. Getting cheaper each time you play it, and notably with a very good upgrade that makes it cost less. And I'll happily take a Pummel Strike. 9 damage in a draw, very good with 4 energy. Definitely great in the early game. One of my favorite common attacks to start with. And a Disarm, also very takeable. We're fighting the Guardian, and Disarm is exceptionally good at shutting that nerd down. Alright, let's take one more fight. I feel... oh god, I should not have done this. Ah! Help! Not again. It's actually not that bad. 2 Angry Gremlins is pretty blockable. And we just have to take out the Wizard. Unfortunately, the Sneaky dies on turn 1. So it's all good. Let's see, that's 21. No, I can't kill one of the Angry Gremlins this turn. Take 5 more. Okay. 3 more? They're also just kill one of them. Take 5. Now let's disarm the one with more HP. A blood potion is some healing if we need it, and a Shrug It Off is a great early block card. We're at 8 block and 1 draw. This has been a really lucky first 4 combats. 4 very takeable, if you ask me, cards being offered. And now a shop with either a removal or maybe even a relic before we try to bop some elites, which I'm hoping we'll be successful at doing. That relic would be the Cauldron, brewing 5 random potions. Probably not. Immolate, though, giving us very powerful AoE, would be an exceptional addition here. Or we could take a Dark Embrace for the card draw. Dark Embrace plus card remove is an option. Hard to turn down Immolate, though. Such a powerful card for the early to mid game. 2 disarms is definitely something that's really nice for the late game and for the Guardian fight, enabling us to sap lots and lots of strength off of enemies. But it doesn't help us so much in the short term, where we're looking for something that can beat the elites of Act 1, and Immolate can definitely beat the elites of Act 1. So I think we should take this big-ass AoE damage. Get an upgrade on it. Well, actually, yeah, get an upgrade on it here. I was going to upgrade Blood for Blood, but we can do that later. I'll take it. I'll take it. First up, Sentry. Do it this way. Pipe on to this lad. If we could have afforded Bomb, I might have bought it, but it was out of our price range, tragically. More damage next turn, huh? Alright. If you say so. And I'm actually not going to choose to play the Pummel Strike, because I don't want to shuffle the deck without the cards that are in that hand there. Nice. Pretty good for not using a potion here. Get the Omamori to negate curses. Havoc could play the top card of the deck for free, exhausting it at the same time. Find this a relatively unreliable common in the other game. You really need a relic that interacts with this for it to be particularly worthwhile. Something like Charon's Ashes, Frozen Eye, Toxic Egg, something like that. And with the Blood Potion, there's no need to rest here. Let us get this Immolate upgraded for plus 7 damage to all enemies. Havoc does become better with a Feel No Pain or a Dark Embrace. Or a Dead Branch, you know, anything that activates when you exhaust is going to appreciate it in some fashion, right? Upgraded Immolate next turn, come on. One time. One time. Brought the defense? No, okay, good. Ow. I'll be keeping this Entropic Brew for a while. This is not a kill, unfortunately. Nice. Tiny Chest says every fourth question mark room is a treasure room. We get offered an Intimidate for some AoE weaken. I think Intimidate is a takeable card if you want to upgrade it. The upgrade makes it 2 weak to all for a 0 cost, and that's a genuinely good block card for the Clad. But unupgraded, it's a little tough to justify in a lot of cases. For the one draw, especially if you draw it on a turn the enemy's not attacking you. Given that I doubt that I can afford an upgrade on this Intimidate, I don't think I'm going to take it. How do I feel about Tiny Chest? I generally think it's one of the weaker relics in the game, offering you very little. Usually quite a bit of delayed value, and even then it would often have simply been better for you to find some other relic in the first place. I wonder if that was Dupot. But when it works, it works. To give you a bonus relic or two, which is nice. But it's often pretty underwhelming. Like the self-forming clay here, by the way, which now gives us block after we take damage. Whether that be self-damage or enemy-inflicted damage, it matters not at all. And there's the good old Dead Branch. Do I take a Thunderclap to pair with this Immolate? Probably. Letting us apply one more Vuln to all enemies, meaning we don't necessarily have to upgrade our Bash. Yeah, now we do wish we'd taken the Intimidate. That is certainly true. But yeah, this is why I took the Thunderclap. For exactly this kind of hand. I know that was a Dead Branch Thunderclap, but you get the idea. You get the idea. Welcome from earlier, Matt Warbuckle. So my thought is that at least the S-tier evaluation for Wristblade is specifically getting it as your starting relic on Silent. And I do think it is a bit lower if you pick it later. There are so many different zero-cost attacks that you can find that it's very, very reasonable to get some pretty early. Although, yes, it is possible to just whiff on all of them, and in that case it can be a bit of a stinker. But there's so many different ways to get good value out of it. Backstab, Dramatic Entrance, Shivs, Slice, Flash of Steel, Swift Strike, Masterful Stab, just to name a few. Angel Chroma, thank you so much for 3 months and that Prime sub, by the way. I'm not taking this Body Slam. Or this other potion. I am going to Fireplace Land. I'm going to upgrade my Blood for Blood, so that it is cheaper and more damaging. And then I'm going to absolutely slay some combats. So close. Immolate. It's unfortunate. The way that I've done this, I can't dupe pot to get a kill now, actually. So I'm taking 9. Sounds good. The potion. Looks like we'll be resting before the Guardian. Thanks for the smoke bomb, hee hee. Triple Boop, thank you so much for the 10 generous gifted subs. Bopping some people. The Cozy Sub Club. Bust the crown. Shall do my best, sir. Shame, I really would have liked to upgrade Disarm here, but we can't do this on 5 HP. Not with an Immolate. Not with an Immolate, we can't. Hey, Habitual Cloud, yes, these are HD 600s, and I love them. With the 2 here. It's 3 block on this turn. Same deal. Gonna take the 2 damage on purpose to gain 3 block next turn. Really happy we have the Blood for Blood to make the boss fights easier, because the Immolate alone does not cut it here. GG. Brutality Self-Forming Clay with the Blood for Blood. I actually really like that. Start of your turn, lose 1 HP, draw 1 card, then gain 3 block on the next turn, and make Blood for Blood cheaper. It's bonus card draw, it's good stuff. This would also enable us to take a Runic Cube as our boss relic and feel pretty good about it. Or a Runic Pyramid. Interesting. Velvet Choker gives us more energy, but limits us to 6 cards per turn. With Dead Branch, that's a hell no. That's a big hell no. I could see going to 5 energy with the Fusion Hammer being reasonable. Dead Branch, since it creates a bunch of extra cards, generally wants more energy to spend. We already have a couple very important upgraded cards, the Immolate and the Blood for Blood. I'm not too upset about Disarm not getting upgraded. Or the Runic Pyramid letting us retain cards each turn. A little weird with some of the stuff that we have, notably the Brutality. Bit of hand clog, but I think in general the Pyramid would be pretty okay here. But this deck wants to play more cards, and we're going to need to rest probably to heal back the health from the Brutality anyway. Let's take this Fusion Hammer and see what we can make happen. Might be going for this Burning Elite. For now, do we hit a store? We're not like that happy about it because we don't have 300 gold, just 200. But I think I'll go to a store. We'll probably fight one of these 3 elites. No way to avoid the early fire here. Ah, Shelled Parasite. We meet again. Ouch. So yeah, resting. It's good. Strike. Don't have any strength. Don't have any strike interactions. Fruit juice. Okay, I think that means I discard this, drink the fruit juice, pick up the distilled chaos? Sure. Sure. Appreciate that I'm allowed to see what the enemy is doing. This makes things a lot easier for me. Warcry Plus draws 2 cards, and then puts 1 on top. I think that's actually very good. The upgraded... Oh, and it exhausts, of course, giving us a new card with the Dead Branch. So it's draw 3 cards, put 1 on top. Excellent. Membership card gives a 50% discount on every product that there is. The brew better than the dupe pot? I thought so. We could have also drank the duplication potion there, or the entropic brew there, just to get 1 random potion and then evaluate it from there. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and take the membership card. That doesn't leave us with enough to buy the limit break, but does let us buy a card removal, a potion, metallicize, or pummel if we want. Card removal is fine. Get rid of one of these strikes. We still have all the starter cards on this run. Yeah, let's get rid of a strike here. Get it out of the deck, please. And then the next time we roll into a shop, we'll have enough money to afford anything we want. It's gonna be a while. We're getting essentially double money now. Oh, nice. Fortunately, this doesn't do enough damage to prevent the Mystic from attacking next turn. So this unfortunately happens. Or does it? Okay, we should just kill the Mystic here then. Die. Once the Mystic is dead, the Centurion replaces their normal attack with a ×3 multi-attack, which is pretty spooky. Don't quite have a kill here, so I'll play the Offering. Another Smoke Bomb. And a real Metallicize for a little bit of block each turn. Fighting Bronze Automaton. I'm going to say no thank you. We got 1 win with every single relic at this point. The Silent was the one to conquer the Busted Crown, and then the Runic Cube was the last card we beat. What we're doing now is revisiting the Busted Crown and getting a win with all 4 characters, just to prove that you can. Just to prove that the Book of Stabbing can be beaten after all. Alright, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put this on top, and then I'm going to play the top 3 cards. Oh. Hold on. Okay, that turn got a lot better. I'm still going to play the top 3, though, because, reasons. Reasons. Dimitri, thank you so much for the Prime sub in the 9 months. Which Babby arrive? Oh my god. The brutality continues. Oh, it looks like I'm playing the Defend? No. Fun. Babby Book. Ink Bottle is more card draw. Whenever we play 10 cards, draw 1. Gonna get weird with the dead branch, but the gist is we draw cards for days. For days! Top up our health so that we can try to take on the Burning Elite here. Nunchaku would provide additional energy. Energy to go with lots of cards actually sounds pretty good. And a fun pairing with the ink bottle, after all. Oh dear. Uh-oh. Okay, that is good. Lets me kill one of the wizards. But maybe we don't get attack next turn. Unfortunately, we did anyway. Trader Bottle's about to draw that Immolate back. So let's not do that. Hourglass is damage every turn to all enemies, that's grand. I don't have any way to exhaust Sentinel, otherwise I'd be really interested. If we find a corruption later, of course, Sentinel would be grand, but we're relatively unlikely to find a corruption because this is a busted crown run. Ah. Get him, Hourglass. No thank you to a Twin Strike. Okay, we're in great shape, so let's go for this Burning Elite. Only 2 and no burn. Take the no burn. Oof. That's a bit spooky. So I'll play the Brutality. Thunderclap and Strike? Yeah. A little rude, but not too bad. Bronze, and we're offered an Anger? Duplicating in the discard pile, we'll say no thanks. Okay, 58 health and 2 good potions should be plenty for the Book of Stabbing rematch. Well, I brought my liquid bronze, sir. So I hope you're ready for some pain. Play the blood for blood. Oh, dang it. I am not going to play the blood for blood. But I am going to take a bunch of damage. Could have played the strike there because of the Nunchaku, but I'd rather get the energy on this turn, I think. Cool. Boop thingy gives us turn 1 block, a bona fide barricade. Lets us retain our block. No fusion, no upgrades means we cannot ever get it upgraded, but I don't think I'm gonna say no to a barricade. I think that would be foolish. Foolish, I tell you. Upping our ink bottle there. Shrug plus with barricade? Hell yeah. Very much so. That actually might be enough block to and particularly against Bronze Automaton, I think barricade is really good. Enabling us to, since the enemy only attacks every other turn, it lets us kind of even out the block, so to speak. We'll save a recall for later. I think I might need the health, excuse me, in this combat. And I'm going to go ahead and Dex Potion as well, for the additional Blancitude. No Ice Cream this deck, so no reason to keep our energy here. Combust. Okay, yeah, I like that actually. Shockwave is pretty good too. The Combust means we'll take 1 more damage over each turn, but that means 3 more blocks, so it's actually both an increase in our survivability and an increase in our damage for now. For this fight. Hey, I need that. Entrench? Well, don't mind if I do. Do not mind if I do. GG. Get combusted, sir. Feed. Feed could allow us to scale our max HP. If we kill an enemy with this card, we raise our max HP by 3. With Barricade, it's probably reasonable to land this feed in most fights, and worst case scenario, it does say Exhaust on it, so with the Dead Branch, it makes a new card. I'll take it. And oh my, is that a Snecko Eye? Snecko Eye draws us 2 more cards each turn, but starts us out confused, making our cards random cost with a Barricade and an Immolate. That ain't so bad. We won't be able to reliably get Blood for Blood to be free, but that's okay. And with 5 base energy, I think it's a very reasonable addition. Going up to 6 energy with the Philosopher's Stone is a choice we could make. With the Disarm, I think it's fine to do. And the Black Star gives us extra relics from elites, which, well, we do have the green key. But I'm generally thinking Act 2, at the end of Act 2, Black Star is a little bit late. all said, the Snecko Eye is pretty dang excellent here, in no small part because it allows us to get the barricade in place so much more quickly. Let's take this Snecko Eye. With a membership card and 300 gold, I'm definitely going to dip into this early store, remove a card, and maybe buy a relic or two. And then we could potentially also go to a late shop. These are the other two shops. It's not a very good spawn location, though, so we'll see. I was gonna say trader bottle, but the bottle actually came in clutch here. Good job, bottle. Thanks for that being 0 cost. Double barricade. Double barricading. Gonna go ahead and leave the fight, thank you. Feel no pain plus. Whenever a card is exhausted, gain 4 block. Well, it's something we definitely want to do as much as possible. So, yes. And a medical kit. Oh my goodness, medical kit. Medical kit allows us to exhaust normally unplayable status cards, turning them into corruptions. I think dual wield is exceptional with the Snecko Eye, and there's also a toxic egg here to upgrade any skills we might add, which could include the dual wield. So that's probably what I would do, is medkit, toxic egg, dual wield. Doesn't feel like blue candle is necessary. That's right, and we create burns with immolate, so we even have like an actual combo now. Beautiful. Leaves us with enough money for a card removal. Good. Think strikes are still the worst card in the deck. If the master strategy hadn't been so dang expensive, I would have liked it a lot more there. This turn was questionable. What is happening? Alright, now I have 12 strength, and you're all dead. Good talk. Wait, don't forget the feed. Not forget the feed. Dual wield the feed. Brilliant. You can see there that only the last Darkling that's alive actually gives you HP when killed with feed. First one did not. Dual wield feel no pain. We're gonna feel pain on this turn because there's not any attack really that's weaker than this. Oh, we get a lot of block from that. Actually, this is perfect. Often choosing not to play the brutality now. Snecko. Let's try to redraw that at cheaper cost. Let's try that again. There we go. Good work. Haven't had any wins today. No, nobody's won yet today. Our only Buster Crown win so far has been the Silent. This is why we didn't play Brutality. For the record. It might take a while. That play too. Sing Red Plus, unfortunately with Snecko doesn't seem that good. Blessing of the Forge does seem pretty good though. Rest sites. We want to recall. At the very minimum, we can do that here. Can't upgrade. Okay, we'll recall here. Hey Denmo, all the boss swaps are already done. What we're doing now is finishing Busted Crown with the other characters. Dreamcatcher here is legit tempting because we have Fusion Hammer, so we're forced to rest at least 2 more times. So this is at least 2 more cards seen with the Toxic Egg. But I still think we can probably do better with another Relic. This deck just did not necessarily need to see more cards. Some copies of good old Blood for Blood. Nice. This feels like a fight where I do want to play Brutality. It's not going to last much longer, and I really want the additional card draw. Okay, we obviously could kill the Reptomancer now, but I would like to feed on her. So let's see if that's a possibility for us. Delicious. Gain even more max HP via the pair. Although if you find only one of them, shouldn't it be a single? Alright, alright. I want to dual wield the stuff. The trader bottle won't let me. Or will it? Yes! Haha! But can we actually kill any of them? This is a good blessing of the Forge, right? All 3 feeds are going to get upgraded? That's a big deal. Could have also upgraded the stinky Feel No Pain, but who does that, right? Good. Today is a glorious day. No, I know better. I know better. These war cries with the ink bottle have been pretty bad. Look at that. 3 upgraded feeds in 1 combat. Beautiful. 114 max HP suddenly. How do we feel about weekend? I don't have any, so I will take an unupgraded clothesline, a fairly unassuming card. Just because it's to do good stuff. This way, maybe. Okay, even more healing. Okay. Even more reason to go this way. Don't take a second rest site. The rest sites are useless to us. Tiny Chest says, gain a Vajra, +1 strength. Feels pretty good. Always welcomed. Never expected. Okay, this is an enemy we gotta be really wary about trying to outblock, because I don't think we can necessarily outblock this enemy. Okay, we have 1 turn to draw the feed then. Slightly Size, thank you so much for that tier 1 sub, thank you. And the 8 months of support. Much love. Clad grows larger. Bigger man. Only 3. I'm gonna go ahead and dual wield that Feel No Pain because that sounds grand. Nom. And yet another Twin Strike. We've been offered like 3 or 4 of these. Don't want them. Nemesis is countered very nicely by Barricade. This enemy is a draw consistency check. We also counter them with the Medical Kit and the Feel No Pain, of course. Yeah. Ooh. I can play that, so I'm gonna go ahead and do it. Does mean we're vulnerable for the big hit. Spooky. Very spooky, sir. Okay. It's all good, though. I only take 15, and we're going to heal to full at the rest side anyway, right? But also, ouch. Can I have some burns, please? Hello? Thank you. Wait, that's my own burn. There we are. Fuel for the deck. Don't want to play that. That would make it very difficult to land the feed. Hourglass will make this last couple of turns kind of tricky. Zoom. Dang it. Shoot. I think we missed our chance there. Save the draws for the vulnerable turn. There it is! Success. Alright. We did it after all. Do I want a colorless potion or a liquid bronze for hearts? I think I actually want the colorless potion because of the dead branch. A lot of colorless cards exhaust. About time. Welcome to the team Corruption. If only for this fight. Hopefully Dead Branch will generate another one later, but for now we can pretend like we have Dead Branch Corruption, because for now... I meant much later, thank you, not right now, but okay, sure. It's gonna get ink... it doesn't have to get ink bottled, though. Put it back on top even if it does, interesting. I did ask for it. It's just obliging me, really. Honestly, how could I not? No thanks. Take a full heal 126 HP going into the Awakened one. Will we eat both birds? Or only one? That is the question before us. Looking like just one with the straw. Let's see what the ink bottle says, though. Both of them. Sweet. Have to go around again, though. This is fine. Still one... Oh, it feeds in my hand, actually. Where is it? Where could it have gone? Who knows? Havoc the feed, huh? I'll just take the damage to make sure I can land it. Other things that were up against Fusion Hammer were... I want to say the Velvet Choker? That doesn't sound right. Oh, where's the Velvet Choker? Yes, the Velvet Choker and some other thing. Pyramid. That's right, and we thought that with the Dead Branch already and the Brutality, we would overdraw with Pyramid. But yes, I deliberately turned down a Runic Pyramid this run. In part because of Dead Branch, but also in part because we had just picked up Brutality. And I was planning on drawing a lot of cards with that. Status cards, please. The increasing number of powers in the deck is a little bit of a concern. Oh, jeez. Okay, we're having trouble now. Get rid of some of these powers. Oh, don't make more powers! Okay, finally we got a surplus of block for a bit. Make it stop. Please. Please make it stop. shouldn't have played the anchor. It's all good, though. Dear True Grit, please destroy a power. That's right, you cannot generate Reaper with Dead Branch. Sources of random card generation cannot generate effects that would give permanent bonuses to you. So, for example, you cannot get Alchemize from Dead Branch, nor can you get Feed or Reaper from the Dead Branch. And Defect can't get self-repair. Wish, that's another good example. 3 Dark Embraces, by the way. Alright, here we go. Now we're in business. It's good, because there's another boss I have to beat after this. Alright, one more boss to go. We only have 53 hit points, but we won't be restricted in our power playing here, so I suspect we're going to have a better time. I will actually... with an energy and a card draw. Interesting. I will play the Brutality. We have plenty of health, and it will be a boon to us for the card draw and bonus block each turn. We go to full HP, so the loss doesn't really matter. I think it's good. No dual wield there. Take a bit of a hit here. Definitely targeting Donu first. The wound dazed from Deca are actively helpful. Worrisome. Very worrisome. Both of these shrugs costing 3. Very bad. It's potion time. Nash. Okay, that did not help much. So, let's use another potion. Okay, weak potion does help. Even if not as much as I would like it to. Let's see play. Okay, much better. Order. Although, no, I was not the wrong order, actually, because I couldn't have drawn the card if I hadn't played the cards first. Whatever. Kind of weird. Alright, I think we're okay. Especially if we can kill Donnie here. Good. Good. Destroy this donut. That might have been too much. Yeah, too much. GG! Two thump, two thump, two thump, a deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire, the source of these random cards? We do heal up to full at this final fire, and we have 200 gold with the membership card to spend on something here. And something indeed we are offered. Limit Break lets us double our strength. I think that's very good with a strength potion especially. That could be a way to get our offense online against the heart. Now defensively, we could go with the toolbox for random cards. We can go with the oddly smooth stone. Just guaranteed weak with the weak potion's pretty good too. Especially for that first attack cycle of the heart. Sure, we have one clothesline, but we're going to need some help. Definitely going to take Limit Break. I think of these potions, Gambler's Brew is also very good. Gambler's Brew might be better than the weak potion by a large margin. Shuriken can give us strength for playing 3 attacks in 1 turn. And that's something we can definitely do. What if Jack Plus? It's not bad, actually. Random colorless cards and exhaust. It's a lot of chain carding. Shuriken's probably better than the smooth stone, huh? And then that would incentivize me to buy the weak potion, since I can no longer afford the Gambler's Brew. Let's do that. Let's do that. Extra dex from the dex potion, or from the smooth stone, absolutely could mean a lot, too. Absolutely. Okay, we'll put this on top. I'll just gain a point of strength here. Perfect. Playable Clash. Pretty hype. Do I play 3 attacks and then Limit Break, or do I play Limit Break and then 3 attacks? We're going to be dual-wielding Clothesline here, looks like. Can't target the Limit Break with the dual-wield, unfortunately. Since it's a skill, I can only target attacks or powers. This. Oh, right. Shoot, that's so close to killing. Oh, I should have done the math. I think I needed to use the strength potion here. Hold on. How close is this? This is 50, 70, 100, yeah, 110, 110, 120. Yeah, we needed to... I think even if I potioned first, it still wouldn't be quite enough. That's okay, though. It's okay. Oh, I also don't have the energy for it all. Never mind. Okay. Yeah, we're fine. Two exhumes feels pretty good. Not the best, but not the worst. Juggernaut lets us do even more damage. Pick that up. We can pot. Let's pot. I think we'll keep the current potions. Good luck to us. One of the big reasons for the inclusion of the Juggernaut maybe is so that we have a dual wield target. Fortunately, no good dual wields here. Really unfortunate. Not even gonna dual wield the brutality. I think that would be foolish. Foolish. Turn 1 barricade's pretty good. 1 cost Juggernaut. We really need the Feel No Pain to be put in play. We can... save those for the Feel No Pain. I get to play this Berserk, because we're going to draw a disarm here. Hello? I said we're going to draw a disarm here. Come on. One time. Crap. There it is. Okay. Good. Strength is good. Damage is good. Sweet. Actually, wait, that actually makes me vulnerable for the next attack of the following turn, right? Maybe that was not good. Oh well. Shan't allow it to matter. Please don't kill me. 52. It's a weird number. Like artifact removal, please. Thank you. Cool. We take damage this turn, but next turn we're good. Only a 1/15. Okay, we take some damage here, which actually gives us a bunch of block next turn, thanks to the self-forming clay. And we have lots of strength, so we're looking good here. And boop! GG. A crown gets there on the clad thanks to the power of the dead branch, although just barely. That was pretty close. GG. GG. Poor Omamori, not a single use for it the whole run, right? It tried. It tried. GG. I paid for the whole health bar, I'm gonna use the whole health bar. Spire sleeps. So shall I... 80 damage to the heart, 48 damage to the shield and spear. Glad we greeted out every single hit point that we did, particularly the jawworm fight where I gained 12 max HP, right? We went from 102 to 114 on one floor because I chose to dual wield and upgrade potion the feed. GG. GG. Cool. 2 characters remain then, the Defect and the Watcher. Defect's gonna be up with another attempt next. But before I do that, a quick break, refill my legs, stretch my water, all that good jazz. Encourage you all to take a moment, take care of yourselves as well. When I return, the Orby boy tries again, hopefully with no recursions. Be right back. Alright, everybody, we're back. Thanks so much for your cozy patience. So, Defect. What's our first card gonna be? Kind of feeling Blizzard. It's not something you want to see with a crown, but that's just, you know, that's what I'm feeling. It's just what I'm feeling. This would be a reasonable way to gear up for the first elite at the store. This looks like a more reasonable store to visit, though. Go for elite or fire before the shop, get the late elite, or we can go this way, boop this elite, or actually very reasonable also, well, pretty hard to be ready for the first elite with only 2 combats and a busted crown, right? We look at 2 cards, we get 2 cards. Yeah, that's pretty hard to do. So as much as I like that leftmost path, I don't think it's reasonable. What about this path, though? Combat, 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 upgrade, then a shop, then 2 later elites. That one's reasonable. We backload our elites, making them a lot more reasonable to kill. Yeah, I like that with the crown. It's just not gonna happen very often that we're able to make that first elite kill. So let's see what we can get going this way. Cut a double struck, saved 1 HP. Foolish. What does the crown do? The crown gives us 2 fewer options at card rewards, meaning our choices after each combat is take or don't take. Makes it very, very difficult to put together any kind of functional deck. So it's a real challenge to play with as you're starting Relic. Really happy with a static discharge to start, giving us a lightning orb when we take damage, and contemplating taking the Doubt Curse for 150 gold, because we'll get to go to the shop after only 2 easy pool fights, and we'll have quite a bit more money to spend on stuff. I'm going to take it. That would let me buy a membership card or an orange pellets or something from the first shop. Although the week will definitely mess with us. Just 3 strikes and we're good. Good. And somebody called a beam cell. Here's a beam cell. 0 cost, 3 damage, and 1 turn of vulnerable. I'll take it. Doesn't really combo with the attacks that we have all that well, but it is a boost to the damage of the starting deck, so I'll take it. It's also got a reasonable upgrade of +1 turn of vuln. Oof. Losing a few hit points to this Doubt Curse. Not too many, though. And a hologram is a take. I love hologram as a card. Putting a card from the discard pile back into our hand. Particularly good with the beam cell. We're actually going to this one, aren't we, right? Fun. I get distracted. But a hard pool fight sounds pretty tough right now. Go this way. Hand of Greed. There's that blizzard I foresaw. Hand of Greed is an interesting option here, enabling us to do damage and gain money on kill. That would actually give us a reason then to go to the second store. And it's an exceptional upgrade too, at +5 damage and +5 gold, so I could upgrade it right away, potentially. Hello World is also pretty good, letting us add a random common card into our hand each turn. It's like card draw meets card generation meets fixing our deck, and that can give us the opportunity to keep the deck small here in the early game. I don't have enough money to get all three, Hello World, Hand Agreed, and Remove the Curse, unfortunately. We're just a little bit short. $9 gold short, to be precise. Needed the ceramic fish to get there. I'm taking this Hand Agreed. I'm upgrading this Hand Agreed. It's combos with the Beam Cell, combos with a hologram. I want it. $7. Let's see what's in here. Okay. Anyway, although I can hologram the strike. Turn for skill pot. Skill pot has 11 block. Very good. Trying to get them both into Hand Agreed range, essentially. I failed miserably at that. Ow. Okay. So about that plus 75 gold we were talking about. Ow. That makes the shop pretty sad after all. Okay. Well, I need to rest, so I go this way. This could be money. Looks like it is a smoke bomb, though. Shame about that mummy head. It's for the money. Decent block. I feel like that's too much block for Knob. Go to the dual cast. Prevent lousy turn ones by not having dual cast anymore. Nice. Potion belt gives us some more potion slots to work with. Stack feels a little sad. I might have taken that with the Hello World, maybe. And we really need to upgrade Hologram to deal with the Guardian, which unfortunately means we're unlikely to survive the Guardian. But I've got 2 potions and a hope and a prayer. I need to do a lot of damage, so... I think the opportunity is where we get them. Do Greed, Hollow Greed. Strike, Strike, Greed. I think the Strike, Strike, Greed line is better. Next turn could be bad. Survivable, but bad. Ka-ching. Cool. Even got to keep one of our potions. I'll call that a glorious success. All for One gets back the beam cell and the steam barrier. That's actually not terrible. Plays nicely with the hologram too, and there's a lot of cards we could pick up that could make it work. Let's try it. Better to do Hand of Greed, Hologram, Hand of Greed instead of Strike, Strike, Hand of Greed. The thing is, Azelos, when you play the first Hand of Greed, the Guardian curls up and gains 20 block. So I was trying to avoid having to attack into that block, but then I forgot about the Lightning Orbs at the end of the turn, so it still might have been better. Well, we can rule out the Inserter. We don't have any orb generation other than Static Discharge. I don't think that's going to be very good, giving us an orb slot every 2 turns. I guess 3 relics could be pretty good. Or double strength potions. Not bad with the potion belt, but without a way to reliably keep these potion slots full, I don't know. My instinct here is to take the Calling Bell. This is the strongest boost right now. Let's do that. Hopefully getting some use out of these relics. The Peace Pipe lets us remove cards. Symbiotic Virus starts us out with a Dark Orb. Unfortunately removed our dual cast, so it's not that good. Upgrading the Steam Barrier and the Defend, though, that's pretty decent. Specifically the Steam Barrier upgrade with the All for One. But overall, a little on the weak side, for sure. How do we move forward from here? We need to get more potions, we need to get some zero-cost cards. Can't buy all that at the shop, although I can buy some of that. Go to this store through 4 combats. Assuming we survive 4 combats, we'll come out the other side. Fit like a fiddle. Should just play the Hand of Greed here, but I want to block. Hey, Kill the Penguin. Yes, I've played quite a bit of Kerbal Space Program. I think that's a very charming and very cool game. Taught me a lot about orbital mechanics. and gave me an appreciation for the difficulties of space travel. Really cool game. How many hours do I have in KSP? I've played a lot of it, actually. Steam says I have 200 hours of Kerbal Space Program. It's a good time. Unlike this fight, which will not be a good time with this deck. I could not block here. If I want this fight to end quickly. How many hours on Spire? 5,000 now. Hours in Slay the Spire, which is a kind of brain-breaking amount of time, really. Yeah, I probably should have just let it attack me turn 1, huh? Well, oof. Actually, hold on. Okay, not that bad. No! Oh no! Oh no. Oh, this poor Defect. Poor Defect. Do I take a... I think we need the damage badly enough that I do take a Rip and Tear. We're not gonna make it to this shop. There's no way, right? Not with how that went. That was also an event combat? Oh dear. Oh dear. Hey, wait. Oh, that gets the kill with the lightning orbs. Cool. No money, unfortunately, but I'll take it. Stack ain't gonna be good enough. So I saw that All for One was the next card, right? Oh no, yeah, so we're getting them both back anyway. Okay, save the block potion this way. At least for that turn. This turn we appear to be dead. No wait, we have a block potion, that's right. Good. Bad. Alright, well, that ended relatively predictably after the calling bell failed to do a whole lot immediately. GG. Happy we got out of Act 1 with that run. I think that's the best I can hope to take from that one. That was tough. That was tough. Okay, we'll have one more go with the Watcher. That's about the last run that I will have time for. Give her the Busted Crown. Okay, prime opportunity to get rid of the Burning Elite in Act 1 with a Busted Crown. Happen too often. We can reasonably go for this Elite with a shop on the way. Gear up. Upgrade. Don't get a lot of upgrades, but we will get many relics. The other option is go far left if we want the upgrades, but then there's no shop, so there's no guarantee that we'll actually be able to beat the elites, and we don't get the burning elite out of the way. Let's go this way. Excellent first potion. Not my usual preference for first card, but you know what? Let's give Perseverance a chance here. Perseverance is a card that retains in your hand each turn and gets bigger and bigger block values every time it stays there. It's got some cool combos, such as with Meditate and with Vault. Block there. No, not again. Please, no. We tried this before with Busted Crown. Could be another one in the store. For some reason I put myself on a collision course with 2 stores. I don't think that was wise. Okay, there's not another one in the store, but there is Signature Move, which does pair with pressure points, interestingly enough. I'm in. I'm in for a Sig Move deck. Sig Move does not need a lot of cards with it. Signature Move can only be played if it's the only attack in your hand and does enormous damage. Very good with this Liquid Memories, too. From here, we just want to remove strikes, pretty much. And adding non-attack cards is genuinely helpful. I'm gonna save my money for card removal, although I think the prostrate was pretty reasonable there. Can't play it here, but that's why we gotta remove 1 strike. Immediately. Zero cost attack cards are fine with Signature Move, like Consecrate here. Just can't be cards that prevent me from playing the Signature Move, basically. I think this is a pretty good addition. Alright, let's take the damage. Second Consecrate does not feel necessary. Signature Move upgrade feels like the best one, although we might be prevented from playing it. I think with the Liquid Memories, I can guarantee that I can play it. The Eruption upgrade is pretty good, as is the Consecrate upgrade, but let's get the Signature Move down. Beautiful. Do I just go ahead and Liquid Memories and kill 2 of them on turn 1? Actually, I can't kill 2 of them. It only does 40 damage. Well then, no. No, I don't. Could kill the middle one this turn. Let's just kill this one. Big 5. Well, now I definitely want to Liquid Memories. Courier for a discount and a restock at the shops. Tranquility retains in our hand and lets us enter calm. Skip that. Study can be interesting, although we're 1 gold short of study card remove. I think we're just going to happily remove a strike here. The addition of yet more consecrates. Brew would have been pretty good. Let's go this way. Take out the Burning Elite now. Juzu Bracelet. Guarantees we do not face combats in these rooms. With the crown and no other reason to want to take combats, this is a reasonable addition. Although I think most of the time the Sapphire Key is going to be better. Let's try it. See what Juzu gives me. Maybe we'll get a Dead Adventurer bonus elite or something? Could get another removal or an upgrade. Something good, right? Who am I targeting first? I need to think Slime first. Although the Beast is attacking next turn, the Slime is probably going to debuff the Beast. The Beast. Attack pot's gonna be excellent. Mental Fortress, maybe not excellent? That's a weird feeling. Not sure about Mental Fortress. This is one of the premium Watcher block powers, I tend to think. A lot of the times right now, though, it's really not helping us. I don't trust this. Do not trust it. Is that my opener? That looks like my opener. So ways to block for a deck like this include... Might just kill next turn. Copies of Lykewater to gain end of turn block. You can also gain block with relics, with stuff like Spirit Shield. What's the right play here? Colorless Potion, Attack Potion, take 7. I think can take 7. Net ourselves an Orichalcum, giving us block at end of turn if we have none. Ragnarok, unfortunately, does not play nice with Signature Move, and it does less damage than Signature Move, so it's not welcome here. But it is a pretty cool card to be offered. There's the card remove I wanted. It's going to be a little bit scary going into this elite fight. Down at another strike, but I trust in the power of Signature Move. And it's time to spin the wheel. Spin the wheel. Spin the wheel. More card removals. Yes. Remove another strike. Fighting Guardian, right? Yeah, remove another strike. So we're down to just 11 cards here. 1 strike, 4 defends, Eruption, Vigilance, Perseverance, Signature Move, Blues, and Consecrate. So we could just do 45 damage this turn. And then next turn we just pass. And then the following turn we maybe draw a signature move and kill, or we maybe just die. Actually, wait, pass doesn't die either, right? Because it'd be 6 plus 24. We would take 2 plus 18. No, that does kill us. Let's use an attack potion then. Yeah, that'll work. Now, Eruption Strike kills. Cool. Potion Belt's a bit of a punish for using the potion, but that's cool. How about a Bowling Bash? That helps with the problem of multi-enemy fights, which the signature move is really awkward against. Yeah, I think I should add that. Upgrading this Perseverance would be hilariously effective here. Getting Eruption upgraded also kind of important with the signature move. Could even upgrade the Consecrate for Act 2. I'm going to try upgrading Perseverance here. Gives it 2 more immediate block and 1 more block per turn it's in hand. This is... Uh-oh. Down. Guess we should have definitely should have upgraded Eruption looking at this end. Let's see what we can do. We'll Consecrate Strike Transform. That's 22. No. Maybe I should have Colorless Potioned then. Do it next turn. That works just fine too. We get to get the Perseverance scaling up, and we're fine from here. So now it's 16 block for 1 energy. That's pretty dang good. Redraw? Yeah. No prob. GG. Establishment makes Perseverance free. That's not a good enough reason to add a whole power to the deck, though. Am I allowed to Pandora's box skip here? Seems like it'd be nice. Although, that would actually make it really hard to do stuff, right? Because I draw Eruption signature move every turn. That'd be bad for now. I guess more energy is fine. That would enable us to play all this stuff together, after all. I'm deeply worried about giving enemies extra strength. It's going to be really hard to block if I do that. First key, however, adds curses to the deck, and this deck can't handle curses. So... we're going to take the Philo Stone, we're going to see what happens. My expectation is... Death. But it might not be death. Wouldn't that be cool? What are the tricks with Perseverance? You can't allow yourself to get suckered into playing it every time you see it, or it'll never actually increase in its block value. So in that case, it was actually better to just play on turn 1, looks like. Second signature move. Trip for vulnerable seems exceedingly good here. Don't have a good Dolly's mirror target. Violence is kind of nice, but not that good. Do signature moves block each other? Yes, yes. You do not want two of them. A little bit of a joke there. But I like removing the last strike, I like taking trip, I like taking block potion. We could bottle the signature move. There's an idea. But I'd rather just get the deck down to the point where we draw a turn 1 every time. Some likelihood. Panic button. Ooh. Take that too. Stop. Give me a face. Yes, that face. At the end of combat, gain 1 max HP. Love to see it. Speaking of, I want combats over events right now because we want... well, we want max HP and we want potions. So, let's go. Always got Orichalcum. Good. Out to the hand. It's not going to be a good block for us. Keep it small. Huh. If I play any of these skills, we get dazed out of the draw pile. If I play Vigilance, Perseverance, our next turn is going to be a disaster, so I can't do that. I think I have to let Orichalcum block and just take 12 here. Means we keep the Perseverance for this turn, and we draw a couple mystery cards, which... N gets weakened to 7? Could have Vigilanced, and that would have blocked for 2 to get 1 dazed. Well, that was horrible. I did the opposite of what I wanted, which is preserving potions. Two. Again, we're gonna need this card next turn. The future turn. Do I YOLO it right now? I don't think so, right? Might need to. YOLOing it being using Panic Button to block and ending this turn in Wrath. And just like, we draw a signature move next turn or we die, are the options. Those are fun options. Get a wound. With only 2 draws to get signature move out of a lot, I don't really like that one. If we don't YOLO, are our chances even worse? Is of course a good question. It'll have 110 health. That's out of kill range for the signature move, problematically. Yeah, I kind of think we have to do that, don't we? Do it. I'm in. 43, that's more than 43, so I play that too. Thrifty. Oh, we got it! Easy every time. Totally alive. We're offered a tantrum here. Doing damage multiple times, putting us into Wrath and putting itself into the draw pile. Kind of a spooky card with the signature move. But I think I like it. I'm gonna add this one. There was never a doubt. That's right. Had it the whole time. Had it the entire time. Speaking of, if you're doubting now, fear not, because this is a heck of a turn 1. Halt? Yeah. Halt. Well, if we keep adding cards, we're gonna have a hard time drawing the signature move. Be really careful with this. Halt is good block in Wrath stance. We don't really need a 0-cost card, though. Doesn't say plus on it. I'm gonna not take it. Let's see. Upgrade what? Panic Button? Trip? Rest? Actually, resting seems like a good idea. Let's do that. Hit points! That also seems like a good idea. Ow? Oh boy. Fortunate. The angry gremlin angrier? If the leader hadn't been attacking turn 1, I might have been able to go into Wrath there, but that was off limits, unfortunately. Why you do this? Alright, well, it was a good run. I guess. This is not going to kill, right? It's going to be 13 by 2. GG. Wait, trick it! Too late. Face planted with that draw order. And I think that only would have been worse with additional cards. GG. GG. Tough start, tough start. but a fun one. Alright, well that leaves 2 characters with the crown uncompleted, but 2 with the crown completed. Really happy that we got this Ironclad run in there. Boss relics other than stone could have been a good option too. The other options were Cursed Key, which would have added additional cards to the deck that we would have drawn pretty frequently. And what was the last one? I think it wasn't helpful. Pandora's Box, that's right, with only defends remaining in the deck already. Either way, GG's all around. That is going to be it for today's stream. But we'll be back on Sunday with some more deck building action. Plan to continue at the Busted Crown Challenge until we round those out, and then who knows what else we'll be playing. See you later, Spirit Sparrow, Avishar, Killer Penguin, Omni, Metal Philosopher, Gordian Games, Earl Grey, URL Grey, love that name. Skip this, and everybody else, thanks so much for watching. Ta-ta for now. I'll see y'all next time. If you want more Spire action, don't forget to check out the YouTubes for some edited videos and content. But I hope you all have a good night. Ta-ta for now, and I'll see y'all next time. Toodaloo, everybody. Bye-bye.